Okay. Commissioners? Commissioners? Good morning. I'd like to call to order the Sweetwater County Board of County Commissioners this Tuesday, January 19th, 2021. I would like to notify that we do have a quorum present. We do have 4 commissioners in chamber, 1 on Zoom. Please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Commissioners. First order of business is the approval of the agenda. Commissioners, I would like to amend the agenda by, first of all, adding a tab AA, which is County Revenue Update, and that'll be presented by our Assessor Dave Davis and our Treasurer Rob Slaughter. This same revenue update will be presented at the 2:30 workshop with our funding agencies. Also, I would like to add under executive session, contracts and real estate. Also, amend the agenda by removing tabs E through O. Those tabs dealt with the coronavirus relief grants. Our grant manager is ill today and unable to be with us to present those, so they will be on the next in our first meeting in February agenda. So with that, Commissioners, if there's anything else, otherwise I'll request approval of the agenda with the aforementioned additions and deletions.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith to approve the agenda with the additions and deletions. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Toman. Any further discussion? No further discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Same sign. Commissioners, as we move down to approve the minutes, first of all, we have approval of the January 5th, 2021 regular minutes. What's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Lloyd.
I move that we would approve the 1/5/21 minutes and also the 1/12/21 special meeting real estate minutes as presented.
Okay, we have a motion to approve both of them, the minutes from 1/5/2020 regular meeting and the special meeting minutes of 1/12/2021. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Toman. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Next, tab B is acceptance of the bills. Commissioners, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Smith.
I move that we approve the bills, the abates and rebates and vouchers as presented.
We have a motion to approve the bills as presented. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Lloyd. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Up next, we have a public hearing and from Planning and Zoning, as well as a couple action items. To present those, first up, the Ronald Roy Zone Map Amendment R-2/SF, Single Family Resident to Rural Residential. Present that is Mr. Bingham. And Mr. Bingham, if there's anybody here, would you please present them as well?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So for the first hearing, we have a zoning map amendment. The property owner is Ronald Roy and is also the applicant. It's in the northwest quarter of the southeast quarter, section 33. Township 20 North, range 105 West. It's 35 Spangler Road. Current zoning is single family residential. It's within the growth management area. Infrastructure, it's in the Fire District 1. Again, it's the access to the parcel is Spangler Road. It's 10-mile water and sewer district. Rocky Mountain Power provides power, and Old Dominion Energy gas. So Ronald Roy is requesting a zoning map amendment from single-family residential to rural residential in accordance with our amendment procedures and our zoning resolution. The purpose of this is to establish an area where the applicant could construct a greenhouse that would exceed the square footage of the existing home, which is 5,000, the existing home is 5,680 square feet, and it'll allow a 10-acre agricultural types of uses. The rural residential district would allow the applicant to construct up to 200% of the existing home square footage. So the rural residential zone district also allows up to 10 acres of agricultural use. And that's a big difference between rural residential and R2SF, is that it allows more agricultural types of uses than R2SF, which is what most of the county north of town is zoned. Here is a zoning map that you'll see, where it's a 40-acre parcel that we're looking at rezoning to rural residential. And then you can see to the east is R2SF, pretty much surrounding the parcel is R2SF residential single family, which R2SF is more intended for subdivisions. Here is just to show you a picture of the location of the parcel and the posting of it. So when we go through and analyze zone map amendments, we want to make sure that they're in compliance with our comprehensive plan. The rural residential zone district, if you look at it, what it's intended for, it's intended for large parcels, such as there's a 40-acre parcel that is being proposed today. And is it suitable topography? Yes, it is. It's relatively flat in this area. Is it compatible with existing allowable uses? This doesn't change it completely to agriculture, which would mean 40 acres of ag. It would only mean that he could utilize 10 acres of it for that type of purpose. Does it have adequate infrastructure there? Spangler Road has public water, has power that runs down the road, so it has existing facilities. And shall it not affect adjacent property owners? We sent out public notices to surrounding properties, and we have not received any adverse comments. Does it conform to the provisions of the resolution? Yes, it meets minimum district size, which is 10 acres, and this far exceeds that by 40 acres. As far as agency comments, code enforcement specialists, land use will need to review construction floor plans and will require an IFC inspection when complete, and then emergency management had no objections. Staff reviewed the application, supports the request. At the January 13th, 2021 P&Z meeting, the board voted 5-0 to approve the request. Before you is a recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Commission, and there's the resolution. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you,
And
Mr. Bingham.
And Mr. Roy is here.
Mr. Roy is here. Mr. Roy, do you have any comments? All right, thank you for being here. Glad to see you. We're glad we're in person again. Tell you, this is nice. This is nice. Thank you for being here. All right, without any comments added by Mr. Roy, commissioners, any questions for Mr. Bingham or Mr. Roy? Yes, Commissioner Toman.
No question. I would just move to accept.
Okay, just let me get back. We got to open this up for public hearing
Oh,
first,
okay.
Commissioner Toman. So
Okay.
I'll lead us into that. So no further questions at this time. We'll have a public hearing on recommendation 21-01-0, I'm sorry, ZO-01 for approval of a zoning map amendment from single-family residential to rural residential as requested by Ronald Roy. At this time, public hearing is open. For those that may be watching us by Zoom or may be listening to us, if you wish to comment, you may comment by calling in 307-872-3891 or by sending a comment via email. We are holding for public comment. Ms. Lane, are you monitoring if any public comments come in?
Yes, she is.
I thought you were. I could tell. We'll give it just a little bit here before we close the hearing. I don't. Any public comment? Any public comment? Oh, we got one coming maybe? Okay, very good. We'll wait.
She wants to get it done. That's good. She went to see Tim, but Tim just walked down the stairs.
Yeah. We're still holding to check and see if there's any emails coming in on another assigned computer. So public, bear with us.
That's cool. What I like about that is, and that the battery lasts on that. Charge.
Huh?
This, one day, and you're done. That's why when getting a watch like that for that.
It's up to you. I'm not going to enforce it.
Well, I'm just asking you.
No, it's up to you.
I got number 2.
Yeah, if you got number 2, you're in good shape. I'm glad they're
It's a
getting.
little rougher than the first.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, the messages.
Thank you for waiting. We're learning this process and we appreciate the patience, and today's a good day to have patience. With no further public comment, I'll close this session. Commissioners, regarding resolution 21-01-ZEB-O-01 for approval of a zoning map amendment from single-family residential to rural residential as requested by Ronald Roy. What's your pleasure? Commissioner Tolman?
I would So make a motion to accept that?
We have a motion by Commissioner Tolman to uh, move and accept the resolution. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Lloyd. Any further discussion, commissioners? No further discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. With that, to Mr. Bingham, congratulations, Mr. Roy. Thank you for being here. We appreciate it and hope that works out for you. Mr. Bingham, I believe you have a number 2.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So
All
the next
yours.
one is property owner is Green River Livestock, and it's LR Communications. Lance Lauder is the applicant. And it's in the northeast quarter, section 28, Township 18 North, Range 107 West. It's zoned agriculture. Here's a map just showing you the location up by Mansface. The area is adjacent. You can see the city limits of Green River. This is to expand their communication system with LR. They're working with Green River Livestock to obtain a lease expansion and an access easement. It'll be an 8x18 control building located, solar array, and new communication tower associated with the use. We are within the growth management area. That's why it's required to get a conditional use permit for all communication towers. It'll be a 20-foot tall tower, and it'll have buried communication cables on the existing trail road up there. There's just to show you a site plan, a topography. This is an area that you see a lot of communication towers. And this just shows you the area where it was posted, the area up by Mansface. And we, again, have criteria to make sure that it does comply with our zoning resolution. Does it comply with the comprehensive plan? It will provide better coverage of the area. We don't see it adversely affecting adjacent properties since it's in a remote area. Compatible with existing reliable uses of adjacent properties. And again, it's surrounded by other communication towers, so we don't see any issues with that. Does it have adequate public facilities? It has an access road, 14-foot access easement that's going to the property. It is exempt from fire code because it's an unmanned communication facility. It's also exempt from subdivision regulations. Adequate provisions for maintenance of the use and associated structures. Due to the size of the lease, it will meet all setback requirements. We do not see any adverse effects on the natural environment. With these types of uses, you do not see undue traffic congestion since it's an unmanned communication facility. And we do not see it adversely affecting public health, safety, or welfare. It does conform to all the provisions of the zoning resolution. We did receive some comments from the city of Green River that are included in your staff report. Amy Cox, with planning and zoning there, didn't see any concerns with it. Emergency management had no concerns. City of Green River, the engineering department had quite a few questions, which I did receive an email yesterday from Mr. Andy Hooten stating that he had spoken with Mr. Lauder, so to get their questions answered. As far as land use comments, we did not receive any adverse comments. We support the request, and at the January 13th, 2021 Planning and Zoning voted 5-0 to approve the request. And Mr. Lauder is here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Bingham. Mr. Lauder, are you here? Do you have any thing you wish to add? If you do, would you come to the podium and please introduce yourself? And if you have anybody with you.
That should be sufficient. My name's Lance Lauder. I'm
Welcome.
president of LR Communications. And the only real comments I had is that the secondary tower location is the 20-foot proposed tower. The main one is proposed to be a 50-foot.
Okay.
Just for clarification.
Thank
there.
you.
And so we're planning to use this tower to further our services into Green River, probably offer speeds up to gig in the area, which we think will be very well looked upon by most people. So that's really all the comments I have. Any
All right.
questions for me?
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Lauder or for Eric, commissioners? Thank you.
Thank you.
I see Green River Livestock Grazing is present. Anything you wish to add?
No, I don't need to add anything.
Thank you very much. Thank you for showing up. With that, commissioners, we will begin by opening, we got to have a public hearing for this. So at this time, I'll open the public hearing for recommendation 21-01-ZEB-O-02 for approval of a conditional use permit for a telecommunications tower. Public hearing is now open. We'll follow the same process. We'll give it a little bit of time in case we have to check emails or get a phone call. Thank you. We are open for public comment. Anything, Cindy? Just give it a couple more minutes before we close it. Not even that long. Public comment. Public comment period is now closed. Commissioners, what's your pleasure regarding, let me go to the right one and read it. Regarding resolution 21-01-ZEBO-02 for approval of a conditional use permit for a cell tower.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Shanefield, good morning and welcome.
good morning. I'll make a motion to approve.
We have a motion by Commissioner Shanefield to approve the resolution. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Smith. Any further discussion, commissioners? Commissioner
I
Toman.
would just add that Mr. Lauder has saved the lives of some of us in remote areas of the county. He's connected us to the rest of the world, and we really appreciate it.
Sounds like he saved more than lives. Thank you, Mr. Lauder. It goes well. Where would we be today without technology? Thank you. We're moving forward. Thank you, Commissioner Toman. Any other discussion, commissioners? With that, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Congratulations, Mr. Lauder. You have your opportunity to move forward. Thank you. All right, with that, commissioners, at this time, we have next up is county resident concerns. For county resident concerns, the floor is now open. And just to remind anyone that they have the opportunity to email us or call in at 307-872-3891 or sending comments. And for those of you that are present, you can use the podium. Floor is now open for public concerns. County resident concerns. Yes,
We do have one comment from Tina Porter.
would you read it, please?
Yes, can you hear me?
No? No? Yes, please. Come to the podium. That would be nice.
Sorry, I'm trying to learn all this.
Would you state your name and who you're with?
Okay. Cindy Lane, Sioux County Clerk.
What? Who?
Me.
Reading the comment
Okay.
from,
Tina Porter, Commissioners and Council Members. It is my understanding another gambling facility is asking to come into the city of Green River with a full bar. As a business owner, I believe in a healthy and competitive business environment to help our beautiful city grow. However, I would challenge you to look at other cities in Wyoming that have allowed such businesses coming into small cities like ours. Bigger businesses like this swallow smaller businesses, closing doors and causing job losses. These bigger businesses can sell alcohol for less, losing money from alcohol sales because it makes up for it in betting profit. I realize they are required to donate a portion of sales to the city, but is that money applied to the job loss and families it affects? All I am asking is for you to take a step back and look at what these types of businesses do to small businesses and employees, especially in the uncertain state our economy is in at the moment due to the COVID pandemic. Respectfully, Tina.
Thank you. Any other county resident concerns? One more time, county residents' concerns. Anything coming in, Ms. Lane? Okay, we'll give it just a minute in case not everybody can type as fast as others. There's nothing? I'll close this session of county resident concerns. Next up on our agenda is commissioner reports. And first up this morning is Commissioner Toman. Welcome, Commissioner Toman, again.
Thank you. It's been a busy 2 weeks. It's been definitely not boring, been very exciting. I've been trying to learn all of the IT options available to us, had wonderful support from Tim Knight and Sally and all of the staff, so I really appreciate all of that. And we do have state-of-the-art technology. I've made a goal not to have my office full of paper, and so far it's working. I've been using the computer system to back things up. I've been able to visit with all of the elected officials in the courthouse except the sheriff, and I'll be doing that shortly. And I very much appreciate the learning I'm getting from the department heads and the elected officials, so that's been very helpful. A lot of Zoom meetings, almost one every day on something or the other. We had our special meeting for the sale of the building. We had our charitable meeting, and last night we met with the Wyoming County Commission Association to go through all the legislative bills. So that was very informative. There was a Colorado River Drought Contingency Plan Zoom meeting. There have been some other emails talking about selling agriculture water, and I think these are things we need to keep a close watch on. We don't want to lose our groundwater and our habitat for wildlife and ag. So I think we need to stay plugged into that. And Chairman Wendling, maybe we should add that to our list of underwater or something. We need to stay plugged into that Colorado River mitigation plan, that drought contingency plan.
I think, go ahead, I'll wait till you're finished.
Okay. I did an on-site visit at Eden regarding possible abandonment of County Road 124. Gursky will talk about that later. The Public Service Commission on Rocky Mountain Power is another issue we need to stay closely connected with as it affects our coal mines and all of our jobs and our electric power source. The Integrated Resource Plan, the Wyoming Public Service Commission is going to issue their order to Rocky Mountain Power telling them to correct deficiencies in that plan. The PSC is also rewriting their rules so that they have more say on what they do with those integrated resource plans. The final order or the final compliance by Rocky Mountain Power will come out in April And that will determine what they're going to do with those coal mines. There was another Zoom meeting with Karen Bud Phelan, who has been the solicitor in the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Office in Washington, D.C. She will be returning back to Wyoming, but she gave some very exciting updates as far as powers of local counties that we can object to critical habitat if it affects our economy. And we can show that it would have an adverse effect on employment or something in our county. I thought that was very informative. And public land issues, I've just been spending time meeting with staff and trying to figure out what we have in the system, where we're at with all of the RMPs. I did send an update to the commissioners, a 32-page update of where we're at with all of those. The key thing is that decisions made by federal agencies affect our tax base, because if rules are made that limit what we can do or how we do it, it can very adversely affect our tax base. So I am definitely going to stay involved with that very much. And we'll be sharing with my fellow commissioners, probably be doing some executive committee meetings as we get more involved with the public land, the Rock Springs Resource Management Plan, our coalition of local governments, which I helped co-found 17 years ago, I believe. We'll be meeting in Kemmer this week to determine their officers and to review with our attorney all of the plans, where they're at, and how we can keep the local voice involved by being able to submit legally defensible and scientifically credible comments for the administrative record on all of those federal plans and projects. Another thing I wanted to bring to the attention of the commission is that the governor's office, through that FNRPA, the Federal Natural Resource Policy Act, did set aside $50,000 per county to update their plan that gives them status as a cooperating agency on all these federal plans. And I realized that Marcotte and Commissioner Johnson didn't want to change that plan while we're in the middle of the processes with the Rock Springs RMP. But when I was reading the fine print the other day, it does say that we can spend some of that money on economic studies. So perhaps with other counties, we could jointly or even singularly do an economic study on the impacts of Rocky Mountain Power's decisions on our coal power. So those are ways we may be able to tap into that money to help our county. We have until June of 2022 to utilize those funds. And perhaps if the Rock Springs RMP resource management plan is finalized, then we could look at reviewing our plan at that point. It's probably wise not to do it in the middle of the process. And the last thing we did was Marcotte did come in and give me heads up that usually you have a federal agency update meeting in April. And so I sent out an email to all the federal agencies asking them what would be the preferred date. And as soon as they get back with me, Commissioner Wendling and I will send a letter of invitation to them and set up an agenda for an hour-and-a-half meeting with federal agency update in April. I think that's good. Thank you.
Very good report. Thank you, Commissioner Tolman. Good report. Commissioners, any questions for Commissioner Tolman?
I do have a flow chart. It's not a true flow chart, but I would discuss it individually with the commissioners, or we'll do it in executive session just to get a visual of how all of the plans tie together. And it's behind me if anyone wants to look at it after the meeting.
Thank you, Commissioner Tolman. Any other questions, commissioners? Commissioner Tolman, I have a couple of them. You hit on when you talked about the RMP, and you talked about as we move forward, you'd be talking with us as commissioners in executive session. And I think that's primarily because that's pre-decisional. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is
Would
correct.
you please explain to the public what exactly that all works into, please? Because that'll be one of the first times many of us will hear it.
Well, according to the federal planning process, local governments have the right to be the voice of the local people prior to a final decision coming out for the public to review. So that is called pre-decisional until a final decision is made by a federal agency. So we as elected officials have the the voice of the people. So if the people have concerns about any of these federal plans or projects, they should let their commissioners, conservation district supervisors, any of those elected officials who sit as cooperator. According to Wyoming statute, county commissioners have an obligation to serve as cooperating agency under 185043 of Wyoming statute, which is specifically spells out the role of the cooperating agency to be the local voice on these plans before they go public.
Very good, thank you. The thing to keep in mind, though, if we come into a meeting and it's on the agenda to discuss any pre-decisional stuff, it will only be discussed in executive session because it's the way it's written for the federal agencies. Is that correct? Guidelines?
Yes, that is correct. And the county designates certain people to attend those meetings to represent the county, but we will be bringing them before the commission and the staff, hopefully prior to going into one of those meetings, so we get a feel for where we want to go. And pretty much we've defended multiple use. We understand we have special areas that we want to protect in the county, but we want to have sustainable mineral development and well, at the same time being responsible and reclaiming and doing all the things that keep our county special.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioners, any questions for Commissioner Toman? Thank you. Good report again. Up next is myself. First of all, I've got to look, I put notes on my phone quick like, so bear with me. Okay, first off, I would like to let the community know, as well as the commissioners, that our SCDC is on a regular basis talking about economic development on our local radio stations, whether that's Johnny K or YO4. So I have been listening to those presentations, conversations, and I'd like to commend SCDC staff, primarily Eric and Kayla, for a job well done and putting out some really good information. Also, I want to share with the commissioners, we received an email regarding a CenturyLink issue where a bill was being sent to to a residential person here in Rock Springs, and following up with that, immediately that email came in. Our IT director, Mr. Knight, jumped on it, and within 2 hours, it tracked down the line and everything, and that bill that was being sent to that resident by mistake was supposed to be going to a Sweetwater County outside agency. To my knowledge, talking with Mr. Knight, and that things would be resolved here in the next 6 weeks, so the resident wouldn't receive any billing. I did drive over personally and visit with the resident that sent us the letter and visit with him so he could relay to his neighbor the relationship there. And I just want to say to Mr. Knight, thank you for a great job well done. The other aspect that we're running into, and I'm sure Commissioner Smith may talk a little bit further with regard to the vaccinations and the COVID that's going on, but our Sheriff's Department's been actively involved assisting, whether it's a hospital within their drive-in for vaccinations, or as of today, as we speak, they are beginning to assist public health in taking phone calls. Public health last week and within a short amount of time had over 350 phone calls, and the way they're staffed, they could not answer them. So the Sheriff's Department have personnel who's available to come in and help public health in answering those phone calls. So as we're having our meeting here today, those phone calls are being answered by our Sheriff's Department, and I'd like to thank our sheriff and his staff for everything they have included there. Also, the minutes of our special meeting were approved regarding real estate. What occurred there is a individual in Green River, business owner, was looking for a business, happened to talk with a member of SCDC, Sweetwater Economic Development Coalition, and that member also happened to be a administrator in Green River. That administrator immediately, as an SCDC person, recommended connections to the county because the building they were interested in that we had for sale it was offered by the county. That person contacted us, and I'd like to just let everybody know that real estate transaction that had been occurring for well over, I will say, 4 to 5 weeks or longer, has been concluded based on the special meeting we had. The good news is the location of that business will be permanent. The building that business is located in was an exempt governmental building, which means there was no tax revenue for the city of Green River. Plus, there was a vacant building pretty much in the middle of Green River. Now, as it stands with the business in there, it'll be long-term. It also will provide tax revenue to the city of Green River, as well as it'll be an anchor for the downtown area where it'll draw people and people will be able to visit other businesses in Green River. So first of all, I want kudos to go out to SEDC, Sweetwater Economic Development Coalition, as well as to the town of Green River. And the county was very pleased and given the opportunity to work with Green River to make this transaction happen. And we just want everybody to know that we are in the middle of supporting economic development. And that was a great victory, great win for everybody, and glad to be a part of it and thank everybody involved. With that to follow along, yes, commissioners, we're on a bill reading with WCCA last night for up to 3 hours where we reviewed bills and determined the bills that would impact the counties, whether to oppose or support. We went through many bills, especially the bills that are coming up before committee as of today as we speak. And we have more bills to do, but we'll have another bill reading later on. But that's taking place, and the commission is in the middle of that. And I will share one thing that well, depending on which side of the fence you're on, but for a county that's short on revenue, a state that's short on revenue, and the only way we know we're going to be able to continue doing business the way we are, it was really kind of disappointing to not see the committees move forward with some new revenue opportunities. The only one I will share that I believe there are 2 of them, but the one that may impact home mostly and it's supported was a fuel tax increase. That's coming out of with legislation with the tax, so that'll be some new revenue for counties focused on counties and cities and state focused on repairing roads and that type of thing. So that was probably the only significant increase in revenue. Probably the disappointing part is as we review our bills, we're going to see more and more where the state is going to reduce funding to entities and pass it on down to the county. And I would encourage anybody to tune in when our county people, our assessor and our treasurer give us a update on 3rd quarter numbers as to projecting our revenue. And I think you'll be quite surprised to know that we're down considerably. And why it is the county cannot afford to take on any additional funding that the state decides not to do. I shouldn't say can't take on. It takes 5 commissioners to decide that. I feel strongly that I don't know how, but maybe my fellow commissioners have a magic wand or a printing press in their garage. I don't know. So, but anyhow, with that, we're moving forward with that and look forward to it. Just a reminder that this afternoon at 2:30, we'll have a workshop for what we call a budget message to our funding agencies, whether it's core county, elected, outside agencies, component units, and the works, whoever gets any money from us. So with that, commissioners, that concludes my report. I'll stand for any questions. No questions, we'll move on. Commissioner Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First up, I want to say kudos to our staff, Gene Legursky, Tim Knight, and many, many others who have helped make this a reality. To be able to have this great room that we have now and the updates, and with no dollars coming from the county or very few, so that's excellent. And I will say I'm very impressed with the work done on my office, Gene. Not at all, actually. It's not done yet, but I'm sure he's still working on it. So I appreciate that. Someday I'll have an office again. Hospital liaison work. As you can imagine, most things are focused on COVID and the vaccination. Some numbers I can give to you. So Sweetwater County, the 14-day positivity rate through January 14th, so last week, was 8.9%, which continues to go down, which is excellent. So please continue to be careful and do what you're doing. About 4 weeks ago, it was 13.9%. And so every time we get numbers with this 14-day positivity rate, it has gone down. So much appreciated. Keep up the good work. We are in phase 1B of vaccinations, along with 87% of the other counties in the state of Wyoming. 13% are still in 1A, which is first responders and frontline workers. And we've moved on from that. Across the state, we've had 21,500 first doses administered, including 100% of the residents at Deer Trail Assisted Living. So super happy about that. And I'm not a resident there, but also got mine. So, and then 3,800 second doses have been administered as well. So that is good work. And I know there are many people who are anxious to get it, some who are worried. If you are worried, then I'd talk to some folks who have already received it, or talk to folks who are knowledgeable about it, and try to get the real information. Dr. Google sometimes isn't the best source of information. And so talk to people you trust and do the best you can to make a good decision, which it is ultimately an individual decision. So certainly leave that up to everybody. At the airport, Devin Brubaker will be with us here later on today, but I can say from our board meeting that we had, lots and lots of work is being accomplished there. The terminal modernization project at the commercial terminal is going along quite well, and the design phase is wrapped up. Looks like we could have get things going as early as March, perhaps April of this year. So that is exciting. And again, Devin, Shannon, they have done a lot of work to make sure that very little local dollars are going towards this project. So kudos to them. Also, the BLM seat-based construction was finished up on October 16th. As far as substantial completion, final completion finally happened just recently. So that'll be ready for next year's fire season. West Hangar remodel also going along nicely. The fuel farm is complete, and now removing the old fuel farm is in action. The SRE building construction also, drawings are complete there, and that's another one that it's a $5 million project. So just $181,000 of local money is going to make that project complete. So again, just kudos for all the great work that's being done there. And then just mentioning, as we have with the Wyoming County Commissioner Association meeting that we had yesterday, sticking with the airport one of the bills is to be able to create special districts for airports locally. And that was something that was supported by the WCCA body. And it'd be a way for oversight and funding, and to be more inclusive perhaps than we have been in the past. So with that, I believe that's my report. I'd stand for any questions or comments.
Commissioners, any questions for Commissioner Smith? With no questions, thank you, Commissioner Smith, and I'd like to thank you for bringing up the work that was done in this room and thanking the people. I was remiss to that. I think sometimes we take things for granted, but in this case, I apologize to those individuals. That was probably the first thing I should have brought up, but thank God you did it.
No, you forgot because you have an office that's in good shape, so that's why you forgot about it.
I could
Life is good.
probably bring you up to speed quickly about where your office is, but we'll do that after a bit.
Fair enough.
All right, thank you. Anyhow, with that, we'll move on. Great report. Commissioner Shanefield, are you out there?
I am.
Floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning. So SEDC update. Eric and Kayla are reviewing the Sweetwater Industrial Development Study draft, and they're planning on to present that late February and early March to us, which will be exciting. There's been a lot of work put into that. The marketing and logo rebranding project is set to be finished in February, and we have a few draft mock-ups of the logo that have been presented to the advisory board for consideration. The group is currently working on finalizing the logo, and the website development is also in process, and the group will have a presentation of the website, the color palette, and the final logo in February with West Edge Collective, which is the group that we have partnered with to get that completed, along with Rocky Mountain Power, who's assisting us in funding. The Sweetwater Virtual Business Lounge had its first virtual program. There were 6 businesses that participated in that, and the next session is going to be on February 9th. The topic's going to be 2021, still working from home and how to find a balance. So that's exciting. Eric and Kayla are also both working on continuing education in economic development. Kayla has enrolled in a certified economic developer prep course for the actual certification. She's done all of the back work. She just needs to take the testing. So she's getting ready to do that. And then Eric is doing continuing education around the National Development Council Certified Economic Development Finance Professional Program. So that's super exciting that our staff is really jumping in and trying to get additional education to do the best job that they can with their jobs. SEDC is going to be presenting their quarterly updates also to the City of Green River this evening, and then the City of Rock Springs on February 2nd. So that'll be great to allow the cities to hear a little bit more about what SEDC has been doing. They contribute, each of us contribute a third to it. And so I think that that's a great thing that we're communicating a little bit better about the things that we're doing. I wanted to run a proposal by my fellow commissioners about the charitable relief program. So we had our meeting last week, as everybody knows, and we are looking at still having about $300,000 that we need to get out the door by the end of March. And so I would like to propose that we put out the second round of the program and allow through February 1st for applicants to apply or reapply if they found some other areas that they missed funding or requesting funding for. And then us holding a special meeting on the 8th or the 9th of February. That would allow them some time to get that money out the door. So I don't know if we have any input, Mr. Chairman, on that. Those dates work for anybody. We'll have to have Sally get the information out as soon as possible. So
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Fellow commissioners, your thoughts about the next rounds and the dates that Commissioner Shanefield brought out? Any objection?
Sounds good.
All right, Commissioner Shanefield, I would say move forward with the applications. Make sure you work closely with Ms. Shoemaker so that we not only can meet our public notice requirements, but also that we can get plenty of notice to the communities. But as it stands now, we'll plan on the 8th or 9th for a meeting, plus putting out another rounds with a deadline of whatever you have presented, okay?
perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
Last week I had a NACO National Broadband Task Force meeting. This was the second real meeting that we had, and they broke us down into subcommittees. So I'm excited to be able to work with the subcommittee that I was put on. I don't know what that is yet, but I expect we'll be hearing back this week and be able to work a little bit deeper into some issues. I also wanted to urge, I've seen a lot of feedback on Sweetwater Now and on Facebook, but I want to urge our community to really look at the specific rules around the CARES funding programs. And I've heard a lot of feedback around the charitable contribution funding and why that wasn't going towards our healthcare professionals or other things. And so all of these specific CARES funding programs have rules and regulations. They're very specific. And we are being very careful in how we roll those out to ensure that we are fitting all of the rules and regulations. I also wanted to give a huge shout out to public health. I've heard nothing but positive feedback, especially that now that we're really getting the vaccine out there to the community. They've done a great job. They've given out all the vaccine that we have been given in the county. And so they actually received additional vaccine, which did not happen in most counties across the state. So I just want to tell them, great job. We know that there's a lot of stress, and I think that they're really doing a good job covering all bases when they're rolling out this vaccine. And then I don't think I have anything in additional to grants, just because we've been meeting. I know Christina's been very, very busy attempting to get through all of the CARES funding and everything else. So I will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Shanefield. Commissioners, any questions? No questions. Good report. Thank you very much. Up now, Commissioner Lloyd. Good
Thank you,
morning.
Mr. Chairman. Good morning to you all and everyone here. Also want to reiterate Commissioner Smith's comments regarding the room. Unfortunately, Commissioner Shanefield is sick today and unable to come, but it's great we have the technology that she can still be involved. I was really hoping to say it was good to have the band back together today, but we're missing a drummer, I guess. But it's good to have. But I think one of the things I'm most excited about is the fact that not only are we meeting together, but we have the opportunity for people to be meeting with us and to share outside of Zoom and having our constituents in the room and having that ability. I think that's probably the greatest thing about this room, is having that opportunity back. So with that, just a couple things. Liaison work. Had a STAR bus meeting a week ago Monday, and really no major changes at that point had happened. But then fast forward to yesterday, STAR Transit will be shut down for the next week. They have put out public notices regarding that. They've had some quarantine issues within their office that will impede their ability to actually provide transit for at least the next 5 days under quarantine. They're hoping some of the quarantine cases will come up negative and they'll be able to start rolling again next Monday, but they were unable to continue to be able to, with the lack of staff, to move forward with providing transportation. And they had been doing their best to inform people and work with people during emergency situations. But I just want to share that. Library, we had a board meeting last night. Once again, these guys are doing a great job in finding ways to outsource and keep great services going out into the community. Probably one of the cooler things is that they were able to get a grant to create a business center at White Mountain Library that will allow people to come in and connect to resources throughout the state in their business center. And they'll be starting to set that up soon. And something we haven't talked about in a while is it should have been up and running, but COVID slowed things down, is also at the Rock Springs Library. We're hoping soon that eventually they'll be able to move forward with the Children's Discovery Center that they were able to put together downstairs. I didn't have a meeting with the events complex in the last 2 weeks, but I have met with the director and with Candy and with Larry and Candy over the last couple of weeks in a couple of meetings, and just wanted to know that. Otherwise than that, couple other things have been really busy. Participated in the multi-county meeting last week, which I really think is a great step in the direction of finding efficiencies and working together as entities. It's kind of great to be part of something like that that really should have never not been happening, but is happening again, and creating cooperation between all the entities. Had some discussions and met with Bailey Doctor, Eric Bingham, Rick Lee at the Chamber to get an update. Assessor Davis, Gary McLean, met with multiple other department directors regarding the liaison project, Christina Marshall, and conversations with just various constituents over the last couple of weeks. Also participated in the WCCA voting yesterday. It's really interesting to see the different legislation coming up. I know we are kind of fragmented in how they're doing the legislative session. I just encourage our legislators to make sure they get the work in, because this is a huge session. As we go into our budget session and then we continue to meet bi-weekly, there's a lot of issues going on locally and at the state level and even at the national level. And I think it's imperative that they're meeting in a consistent basis to make sure they're taking care of business and moving forward within the issues we're dealing with. Also want to reach out and give kudos to the Sheriff's Department for that's already been mentioned with their partnership and helping with all the things they're doing to help with with public health. And I also thought it was interesting that the events complex was actually hosting 2 times a week vaccination clinics, and that was going really well. So it was great because you saw the Sheriff's Department out there assisting. You had the events complex and public health all out there taking care of our residents within the vaccination clinics, and it's great to see those partnerships. We did receive a concern from a resident on an email that I kind of wanted to just on a call that we all received and just clarify. I think there was confusion on an article that talked about $200,000 being allotted in salary. I just want to make it clear the county commissioners did not take any kind of a raise during that period. The $200,000 was part of a salary study that was actually started prior to my time 2 years ago as a commissioner. And this was just the end results of that salary study, bringing employees up to market value based upon a long market analysis that was done. And I think I can be safe to say that I do appreciate the communication from the constituent, and just wanted to clarify that at this point, the county commissioners, because there was also an allusion to that on a Facebook post on one of the rants and raves type things, that we have not taken a raise, nor do I don't think there would be any way we'd even consider that at this point. At least, as Doc said, I'm one of, we're one person, but I don't think anyone up here would even consider that at this point in time. So I just want to make that clarification out there for the publics. Also, some other work I've done is worked on, I was asked and tasked to do a review of the liaison rules. I've actually shared that with my co-chair, Lauren Shaenfield. We had some emails back and forth last night, and I'll be send that out to Chairman Wendling. I'll send that out to everyone, including Sally Shoemaker, who requested a copy as soon as we're done. I can get those out. And just that we will have our next strategic planning meeting at the second meeting of February when we set it up. I have checked with the subcommittees. It does feel like we are moving forward in those processes. And I just think, I just want to thank all the county folks and all the people involved in that process for being so active in it and seeing the importance of moving forward with creating a strategic plan. And I think with that, if there's no further questions, that's all I have at this point.
Any questions for Commissioner Lloyd? Commissioners? Just a comment, since there's no questions, commissioners, when Commissioner Lloyd sends out that correspondence regarding liaisons, if you have any questions or suggestions, please send them to him or Commissioner Shaenfield. Anyhow, one thing I forgot to mention, and it was meant to be, but we talked at one time about investigating moving conservation district from the present location that they're in into a location that would be more suitable and fiscally responsive for them. And Mr. Legursky, along with a few others, have taken the conservation district to a building at Golden Hour. And they're working out the particulars at this point in time, but it seems to be a building that's very satisfactory. It'll meet the needs of conservation districts and that type of thing. So Mr. Gursky is working with, I believe, our county attorney's office to put together a agreement for use of that area. But if you've been to any present building for the conservation district, if you have one big room, and they're expected to do storage there. They're expected to have an office for their executive director, as well as have board meetings. It's very congested, very small, and I think with some good work by Mr. Legursky and some of our people, we're able to find a better location, and the Conservation District Board has looked at it, and from my understanding, they're very excited to move forward as is allowed. So that was a venture that seemed to go very well. So I just wanted to add that I forgot to. Any questions, commissioners, regarding reports? With that, we're scheduled for our first action item at, I believe, 9:50. So with that being said, I think we'll take a break. Let's be back here. Let's see, it's 9:38. So let's be back here at 9:55 and we'll get started. So let's take a 15-minute break and see you here to begin our action and presentation items. Thank you.
Yes. So,
We can't shut it off.
You're saying it's not? So in Zoom, did you share your screen? So from here, you go share screen,
Oh,
and you
okay.
choose that,
Okay. Hold
and
on.
then you share it. Now,
Okay, let me do
now
that
on
again.
YouTube, that's what it is.
Okay, so now when I go back, okay, I didn't
Yeah,
write
so
that part
just-
down. Okay, hold on. Okay, so on break. Okay, so I had it pulled up ready, so do break screen. Okay, and then what did you hit?
That's share screen.
Where was that? Down the bottom
It was down
there.
at the bottom. So if I stop share,
Okay,
you can see.
okay.
Share
So
screen.
share screen.
Click here.
Okay,
I'll let you do it.
yeah, let me do it. Okay, I'm gonna hit share screen.
And then you choose the screen you want to share.
Okay,
And
and
then
then
hit
share. And then how did you undo that? Stop share the top. Okay, thank you. I knew I was doing something wrong, but.
You're all right. I was,
Share screen. And then stop share the top. Okay, due to break screen. Oh, and I couldn't get my microphone to work either. It wouldn't let me turn it. No, I did. I went in there and I kept hitting it and it would not go on. When I was, right now I got them all off. I know, it was like, wait.
So much more work than I thought it was. So many more hours than I thought it was.
Well, and all these
So,
special Zoom meetings, but
yeah.
thank gosh, there's Zoom, so we didn't have to run here. And
Right,
We
yeah,
could be running to Cheyenne and Casper the other day.
exactly.
So if COVID has one good thing, it's taught us we don't have to drive all
We
the
don't
time.
have to be in person every single
It's hard
place,
at
you
first,
know?
people couldn't talk, but now I think everybody feels comfortable, you know.
Although, that Zoom yesterday was pretty funny, especially so.
And this yellow color means off. Dark color means on. Yeah, and I ran it. Okay. Do I have access to public comments, or if I go in here and there aren't any, it means I don't have any? Okay, that's what I was hoping, because I said no.
And that's the one I just, you read.
Okay, so can we resell them, or what do you want?
I save them, I put them in a. I should have to. I wasn't sure what to do with them, but I put a folder usually. Here. So take comments. And you put them in the folder, so then I'll just try to remember that. Then I know that I'll just put some comments, right, like into a new folder. Yeah. You can do it. I just don't want to jump up the inbox with stuff that we've already read. Then I know that we've read it or it's through the. I don't blame you a bit. Was it on at one point and then we. Jason, this is Tim. How you doing? I'm good. Hey, appreciate all the work yesterday. It was good. Except. I gave him a little grief, but it's, it's fine. I said, I just did not plan my day, guys. That's all the problem. It's not like they said, we just thought you'd sit home until I said, yeah, but I didn't know how to plan whether I could do stuff in the morning or not. So not a big deal. We have a problem with the new mic they put in. It is in the programming. When I try to toggle the mic off and on button, it doesn't toggle back on, so it's stuck off right now. Is there something special you want me to put on? Yeah, it's on. Yeah, it's basically. I don't know if you needed to put the toggle on the button or whatever, but it doesn't. I do, and it does not work on that one either. Yeah. They are, so, and it's not a big deal right now. I think we can work with the, she just walked up to the podium, so we just need to get it at some point. Probably, it might be later today or tomorrow morning. It's connected on, If you wanted to save the programming. Yeah. How about you call? Are you ready for good stuff? Well, that's what I'm here to find out. Before you go get the good stuff. Call them when we're done. Yeah, that computer's for them to remotely come in and fix programming. Yeah. So it is. Okay.
I've been running because I ran to get this to see. There's a lot of presents.
So if you want to record audio, you can do that, but that's another extra thing you got to deal with. But that is, this here plugs in and audio. You hit record from just 3, then it will set audio to here, and then you can record on the computer or whatever. If you decide you want to do audio, you put that in yesterday. So, yeah. And we have one here and we have one over on.
Yeah, I was wondering what it was. I was like, what are we recording? But
That green is created by Eric's dongle.
oh, why it's so color like weird?
Yeah, so.
Because Warren comes in just fine. I noticed that. I didn't know.
It's fine up
At
until
one
he
point,
plugs in
I
his
had like a star shaped thingy over there, and I didn't know if it was the light coming into with the camera was on this angle.
That's as soon as he plugs in that stinking surface, that's when we start having the camera issues.
So can he unplug it if he's done?
Yeah, but then for that.
Oh, it doesn't go back? Well, he's got one more, I guess. Okay, your mics are going on.
Testing, testing, thank you. Commissioner Shanefield there.
I'm here.
Thank you. I'd like to call this meeting back to order. And for our first action and presentation of items is under tab C. It's a signing of an MOU for cooperator status with the BLM on the Pacific and Atlantic Soda Project. And to present that is our Public Lands Planning Zoning Director, Eric Bingham. Mr. Bingham.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what you have before you is a standard MOU between the Board of County Commissioners and the Bureau of Land Management. This is regarding the Pacific and Atlanta Soda Project. So they're beginning the NEPA process, and as Commissioner Toman has stated, we want to be cooperators in this. It's a very large project. This will also involve the Industrial Siting Council, which this is not what we're talking about today, but in the future, there will be an industrial siting permit. There will be zone map amendments, conditional uses and such through the Planning and Zoning Department. But what you're here to hear today is we need the MOU signed today so that we can become a cooperator, which I believe we have meetings coming up shortly. So Mr. John De Leon did review it. There were some changes to it, very minor changes. On page 7 to 12, we did state in there, each party will designate a minimum of one representative and alternate representative. So we did include some language to reflect at a minimum. On the back page, attachment C does state who the Bureau of Land Management, their primary and backup representative. This is, as far as the Board of County Commissioners, as primary representative, who we have listed there is Chairman Randall M. Wendling and Commissioner Mary Toman. And then a backup representative would be myself, Eric Bingham. And Mr. Chairman, that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Bingham. Mr. De Leon, do you have anything to add after you reviewed the document?
Nothing to add, thank you.
Nothing to add. Commissioners, the original form that I have here to be signed in front of me is updated on the back page, that 12 of 12. It does say primary representatives, myself and Commissioner Tolman, backup representative Eric Bingham. So with that, I'd like you to know that that's the one I'll be signing, not the one that we see in our packet. Is that correct, Eric?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
All right, with that, commissioners, any questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Commissioner Lloyd?
All right, for Mr. Bingham, I'm looking at our letter I, number 1. It says representation of the cooperator by a former county commissioner. What does that refer to?
Where's that at?
It's an I-1,
Which page, Commissioner Lloyd?
page 8 of, well, page 7 of the document. Because it mentions a former county commissioner a few times. I just didn't know what.
Can you find it, Eric?
Yeah, I do see that.
Yeah.
What page of 12 is that on?
Look, it's 7 to 12. It is
7 of 12.
under I-1.
Yeah, I have 8, yeah.
You're fine, you're fine. We found it.
Just give me a second to read through that. Let's see.
I liked when I was closer to Attorney De Leon so I could hear these sidebar comments.
We may not want to hear them.
Good point.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Lloyd.
Yes, Commissioner, I'm sorry, Attorney De Leon.
So I don't think that changes the county's goals. I think the goals that the county had were to be able to include whomever the county wanted. This particular paragraph allows that the commissioners could designate current county commissioners as well as former county commissioners
Okay.
if you so chose. And I think the language that Eric modified allows the commissioners to choose whomever they like and to add if they so choose as well. So
Okay.
if down the road you wanted to include a former county commissioner, you could do that as well.
Okay, that was it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. De Leon. Any other questions, commissioners? Any other questions? With that, commissioners, what's your pleasure regarding the MOU
Mr.
before
Chairman,
you? Commissioner Smith?
I move that we approve the memorandum of understanding between the Sweetwater County Board of County Commissioners and the U.S. Department of the Interior, Bureau of Land Management, regarding the Pacific and Atlantic Soda Project, and authorize the chairman to sign.
We have a motion to approve the MOU and authorize the chairman to sign. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Lloyd. Any further discussion, commissioners? No further discussion on all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, commissioners. Good job. Moving on. We'll go into tab D, which is the Community Fine Arts to present and ask everyone to take the pledge to attend challenge, to attend one local arts event, exhibit, or class each month during the year 2021. And I believe to present that is Miss Deb Soule and RJ Piper. Are you, there you are, Miss Soule, is RJ, there's RJ. Welcome. And the floor is yours, Miss Soule.
Unmute there, Deb.
Unmute, Deb.
I'm sure
please.
you're well on your way. It sounded really good.
Oh, I know. I do
There you
this
go.
every time too.
Miss Soule, would you please introduce yourself and who you have with you?
Deborah Soule, I'm the director of the Community Fine Arts Center. And RJ Pieper is the board chair for the Fine Arts Center. And today we wanted to give you a little background on what we've been doing to build the arts in our community. even in this crazy time that we're having. About this time last year, we were selected to participate in a pilot program with the Wyoming Arts Alliance. Chad Banks with the Rock Springs URA and Main Street office, and I were hoping to be selected, and we were one of 3 communities in the state to participate in this. And what it was a professional training program to learn how to get organized, to organize our goals that we wanted to do, and just to bring everybody together. And we had several people participate through the program with us. And then in July, it kind of got all wrapped up. We did our most of that was on Zoom. We did a live afternoon or daytime training to wrap everything up, to get our goals set. And we're still working with the Wyoming Arts Alliance. They're giving us great support and when we have questions about how to approach something. But we have been meeting since August with the downtown Rock Springs, Broadway Theater, of course, the Fine Arts Center is represented, Sweetwater Concert Association, Western Wyoming Community College has great arts programs up there, and they're represented. Actors Mission, the school district number 1, and Sweetwater BOCES. And we're hoping, now that we've kind of gotten established, that we're going to reach out to school district number 2 and the Green River Arts Council to get represented. It's not a new organization, it's a working committee. And so far we have been getting some new events going. You know, in this time it is rather a challenge for our arts, but with online, we've seen a lot of increase in people checking in with our social media, and we've developed a couple of new ways to get the arts out there. We formed this group, this working committee, and we call ourselves the Sweetwater Arts Partnership, and we have been meeting each month. We're developing a shared calendar of events so that when one organization wants to plan an event, they can check the calendar and not place something right on top of another event going on, because that has been a challenge around here in the past. We're promoting awareness and helping to promote each other's events. I think together we're going to be stronger and we're going to get the word out further by helping each other. The downtown Rock Springs a couple of years ago started a Arts Week, the first part of March, where we tried to put a lot of different art activities into one week and really promote it. This year, we're going to move it to a month-long event. There's activities already on the, I hope that you've got the pledge sitting in front of you. On the back of it is the calendar of events so far that we know are happening. And being that it's a whole month, I think we can get more people involved. The newest event, which will take place at the end of that month, is the Rock Springs Mayor's Arts Awards. Similar to the Governor's Arts Awards, which you might be familiar with, where they recognize different organizations, individuals across the state for their contributions to the arts. So why are we doing this? Because the arts really matter. I know I, for one, really have benefited from being at home and during our lockdown last spring, and I started painting every day. I didn't skip a day. I have skipped a couple since, but I'm trying to keep that as a routine, to keep it important to me. And what did we do when we were isolated? We turned to movies, music online. There have been concerts and theatrical productions that we've been able to access. Listening to the radio, listening to any kind of music. Maybe you've even learned how to paint yourself or pick up a guitar. You know, this is how we were able to connect with each other and keep some joy going in our life. And it's always been that way, but I think this past year really has put an emphasis on that. So personally, it's the beauty, it's the music that touches my soul. It connects me with other people. It's just pure joy to me about the arts. And I think RJ has some other ideas about how come Wyoming should be looking more to the arts.
Thank you, Ms. Soule. I believe now we'll go to Mr. Piper. Mr. Piper, would you please introduce yourself? And the floor is yours. You're
You're
muted.
muted, RJ.
You're still muted. Can't hear you, RJ.
He's not muted, actually.
I can pick this up if you need me to, RJ. Okay.
Okay, you got it. The floor is yours, Deb.
What he was going to share was the economic impact that the arts do have in our community. We think of the arts in Wyoming, and it's usually the big cities, of course, Jackson. And there's a reason that we are identified in some parts of our state for the arts, is that there's over, I think it's nearly 12,000 jobs last year were in the, what do they call it? The creative and cultural industry, which is making us only second to New York City in a ratio of per capita, 30% over the national average of other states that we have people working in the arts. And what does this really mean in dollars and cents is that that's well over $110 million in art sales, tickets to the theater, purchasing a piece of art. And for sales tax and revenues, that's $17 to $23 million that are brought in annually. And these figures are from West Staff and America for the Arts and the Wyoming Arts Council. So I think it's really important that we think of this as another industry that can really help support us, especially in this time. And with all of that, we thought, well, okay, let's do this pledge to attend, because how are we going to keep the arts growing is by getting more people involved. And as Dr. Wendling said at the beginning, we're just asking you to pledge to one event a month. Of course, I would love it if you did more, but just one a month. That's not hard to do. You can, take a class online. Locally, we do have exhibits and some online productions. I know that the college is really set up to do their plays virtually. Some of the concerts. Sorry, my little dog is deciding to add to this. And we have exhibits going, at the library in Green River, the Sweetwater County Library, the White Mountain Library, and of course at the Fine Arts Center. And right now we have a really unique artist. He's from Lebanon originally, but he travels all over the world. He thinks of himself as a citizen of the world, and he's living in Manila. Go figure, He's got ties to Utah. His family, his wife's family is from there. But we have his paintings and a style of art he calls his recycle art. And it's very colorful and very unique. And we are a perfect place to social distance. Wear your mask, come visit us, and take the pledge. And as part of that, if you want to let the Main Street URA office know that you've completed your tasks, you'll get put in for a drawing. I'm not sure that they've decided what that is yet, but we're going to come up with something before the end of the year. So I want to thank you for this time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Soule. Commissioners, any questions for Ms. Soule?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Lloyd?
Yeah, not a question, but just a comment. I just want to thank Ms. Soule for bringing this to us and all that she does. In my real life, in my other job, I've had my participants and folks I've worked with in the past be active folks, parts of this, the art community in our community. And I myself have attended many events and just think it brings a lot of positive to our community. And I just want to commend you for all your work and even Mr. Piper for his work on the board, and just giving you a hard time, RJ. But what you guys bring to the community is very beneficial. So thank you.
Thank
Thank
you. This is a real joy. If I couldn't have asked for a better, career than being in the arts.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner Lloyd. Any other comments, commissioners? Ms. Soleil, Commissioner Wendling here. I do want to touch base. Amongst all the things you've mentioned that your board works with, does your board still have oversight of the arts collection?
Yes.
Would you share a little bit about that, little history knowledge and about what that is and what it entails and who owns it and that type of thing, please?
This is the best example of cooperation that I've ever seen. Let's see, it's been 1966 when the Fine Arts Center formed, but because it even became of an existence because in the late 1930s, a high school art teacher, Elmer Halsack, the science teacher, wanted to pass on his appreciation of the arts to the students. They didn't have an art program at that time in the high school. And the kids started doing fundraising and they purchased a piece of art to hang in the school. And each year the graduating class would work on the fundraising, and then Mr. Halseth and his wife, who was also an art teacher, an elementary art teacher, when they traveled during the summer, they would find art to bring back. Or if there was a traveling exhibit coming through, the students would be able to collect. So through the years, the collection grew. And as you can imagine, those students grew up, had families, were working in town. They wanted to be able to see the art occasionally. So there was a real push to make it public. And Halseth was toward the end of his teaching career, found some Title III federal grant money, educational grant money, and opened the Fine Arts Center and ran it for almost 4 years before that grant ran out. And it brought it out so that the public could come see it. At that point, as I understand it, the city of Rock Springs and the county came forth to help keep it open. The city promoted or promised money for programming, and the county purchased the building, and eventually we became a part of the library system, the county library system. So today we operate still under those 3 different agencies. Being a part of the library system works, it sounds odd sometimes, but it works really well because what are we about but education? And we do a lot at the Fine Arts Center. We try to give a lot of workshops to adults. We do kids programming during the summer. We give the school tours all year long. And it's just a great way to bring resources together and for a common goal. The collection now, I think at that point when it opened, there was nearly 170 pieces. Now it is about 600. Some of those pieces may not stay in the collection just due to damage over the years, or maybe not fitting with the goals that we have to have a 1900 or 20th century to contemporary art collection. And we've got some famous ones in there too. A Norman Rockwell. It's the Saturday Evening Post from January 1st, 1944. When we give the school tours, I like to talk about that and how a painting can tell a story and have the kids analyze it. And we have Grandma Moses. We have Ilya Volantowski, who was a Russian artist who came to the United States and taught at the University of Wyoming for a number of years. He was one of the first artists of the modern phase of using geometric forms to create art. let's see, who else? There's a lot of local and regional artists that have been collected through the years as well. So it's very diverse. It's wonderful to have people come in and see it. I did hang it when I first started, salon style, which means from the top of the wall to the bottom, so, because I don't want anybody to miss this wonderful collection if they have a chance to come. And we are represented by the commissioners and the school board and the city of Rock Springs with 3 board members, and who RJ is one of them. And they meet each month and they have projects they've been doing. This past year, or 2 years ago, we started it. We started a small gift shop of local artists in the Fine Arts Center. And this past year, we gave out 2 high school art scholarships. And I was really excited to be able to start that and get that going. And that's all from the revenue of the fundraising efforts of selling local artists' work. And I think that's a good wrap up of what the history is.
I think it was very well done. I don't think people totally understand just everything and what oversight your board has with regard to the Fine Arts Center and where it started and where it's come to today. But correct me if I'm wrong, I think that art collection of 600 plus pieces right now that you talk about, that's owned by the school district. Is that correct?
It is still owned by the school district. That's correct.
Okay, and then I'm going to put a real tough question to you. What's the approximate value of that collection?
I really not supposed to say.
Okay, that's fine.
It's
Go
a
ahead.
chunk of money. Let's say that.
All right, and that's fair enough to say. You know, having been the principal at Rock Springs High School and worked closely with it, I have a better idea of what it is, but I didn't know if you were able to share or not. So since you're not, I won't. It's a chunk of change, though.
It is
Thank
a
you.
chunk of change. You know, the Norman Rockwell have painting has really gone up in value recently. So
Yes.
Just I want to be a little careful.
No, there you go. Thank you very much. Appreciate what you do. Now getting back to the agenda item, anything specific? If you want us to say something, I mean, when you say a pledge, do you have something like Pledge of Allegiance, or do you have something for us?
Just take your form. I think we kind of designed it to put it on the refrigerator to remind you, and you can fill it
Okay.
in. It's just a good reminder. It's a way to, again, acknowledge the importance of the arts for us. And by you, people in the public, taking this pledge, we can ask others to do so also.
Well, thank you very much. And as myself, I do pledge, and I'll say that much towards the fine arts. So I'll say that for myself and encourage any other commissioners. So thank you.
Well, thank you.
Anything else, commissioners? Not at all. Well, Ms. Soleil, thank you very much. RJ, thank you for joining us. Sorry couldn't get your audio working, but we'll talk again. You guys be safe, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on, and rather quickly, this is a point of our agenda where we amended our agenda for today to remove tab E through tab O, which were all ratifications of coronavirus relief grants. So with that, that takes us right up to our next agenda item at 11:05. We're quite a bit ahead of schedule all of a sudden. But let's take a look here and see if is a discussion on the possible vacation of County Road 124, Eden East, 2nd North. Mr. Gursky, are you aboard?
Yes, I am, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. Thank you for joining us. So we'll go ahead and take up that agenda item as long as you're ready.
I'm ready. So what we have before you is just a discussion on if you want me to proceed and how exactly we have to proceed. As Commissioner Tolman said, she's been approached, I've been approached by some people in Eden to vacate a county road that pretty much is not ever used. It actually goes across a portion of the McMurray Ranch that has a center pivot on it. On that edge of the roads, it's very sandy, very hard to maintain. So we haven't really done anything on it. since it was, the center pivot was put on it. So there is a way to vacate the county road. It's a statute process that we have to go through, and I'm just interested in if you guys want to move forward with this. I know there is, we do have some support from Eden. We still have to advertise in the paper, do stuff like that to make sure there isn't any comments, but there is a way to do this, and just want to know if you guys want to move forward with this.
Thank you, Mr. Legursky. I'll immediately ask Commissioner Toman, because you had commented that she'd talked to you about it. So Commissioner Toman, what do you have to add on this?
I think we should move forward and let
Okay.
Mr. Legursky see about vacating that road. It's kind of a moot point. It doesn't really go anywhere, and it hasn't been used for years, so
Is it on public land?
it's on private land.
Private land, okay, very good. So it's on private land, and when I look at your drawing, Mr. Legursky, it appears as though maybe that road goes across private land and possibly hits a road.
It
Ends on
doesn't
the
hit a
other-
road. That's actually the Eden Canal that it hit.
Okay,
So it dead ends right there. The other thing is, all these roads in Eden Farson were created in 1959 underneath the Public Works Resolution and Act. So a lot of them are on private land, stuff like that. So this is a good case where the road's not needed. It basically is really a road to nowhere.
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Legursky. Any other questions, commissioners? None from Lauren? Okay, one question. Gene, do you know, as we work through this process, if by chance, which I don't sense, but if outside chance, if there's a public concern, is there opportunity to address it as we move along? Do you know?
We can make that opportunity, Mr. Chairman. If I understand it correctly, and Mr. De Leon, correct me if I'm wrong, we'd have to bring a resolution before you guys in
Okay.
order to do this correctly. So at that time, and after an advertisement in the paper and stuff like that, that they could either comment in, public comment or during the time of the resolution.
Very
But
good.
if they call me and they have, some concerns, we'll try to address them before it is brought to you guys.
Thank you very much. You answered my question. Okay, any other questions, commissioners? Okay, with regard to, Gene, do you need a formal motion, Gene, or just,
Just direction, if you guys are willing to move forward with that.
okay, I'll presume commissioners are supportive unless any one of you say on now recognize and say no? No, I got a thumbs up from Lawrence, so move forward, Mr. Legursky.
All right, sounds good.
Thank you very much. Okay, next up again is Mr. Legursky, and he'll be providing a discussion on Sweetwater County implementing vehicle size and weight permits on Sweetwater County roads. So, Mr. Legursky.
This is a kind of a joint effort with Sheriff Grossnickel and myself. We've just been discussing this a little bit on and off. And as you guys know, the county roads at certain times get beat up. I probably get at 3 to 4 requests for heavy overweight loads that especially go across when they can't reach the tunnels. Rig moves, various things like that. A pretty well-used statistic is for any semi that weighs over 117,000 pounds. It's about 9,000 times the damage on a road as one passenger vehicle. So you can imagine, on various roads at various times of the year when they're moving heavy loads. A great example of this was when they moved the transformers into the substation out by the power plant. They actually brought them in on rail and then shipped them on the county road. Well, when they got the basically okay with from me because they needed to do that, they were amazed that we don't charge anything for this. I can't remember the exact weight of each transformer and truck, but it was in the upwards of 500,000 pounds, and they did that 4 times. So when Sheriff Grossnickel brought that up, we kind of came with a plan. Commerce County has done this very well. They have a very good resolution. I've talked to the Public Works Director in Laramie County. Theirs has been a learning experience, but they do have this, and some other counties also. It's a very good way to make sure that we know what's traveling down our roads, because if YDOT didn't make them call on the port, we wouldn't know what happened. Take, for example, 4 years ago, we had some dump beds move through here. If you guys remember, they were the big pink ones. They went down County Road 1. We didn't know what happened until we observed all of our delineators have pink paint on them that were knocked over. And then we finally did some back research and we found out that these things got moved down our road without us being known. So if you can imagine a dump bed going down County Road 1 that's 22 foot long, and the lane eaters getting hit on both sides of the road, it was a large dump bed.
Big dump.
So that's kind of why I didn't want to bring something in front of you if you guys weren't interested in it. But I think it'd be a good discussion to figure out how we can implement this. And this would be, we would try to follow it as closely with the YDOT one as we can, so there's no duplication. They don't have to learn anything different. And it's only for vehicle size that are overweight or over width, over tall things. So with that, I don't know if Mr. Sheriff Grossnickel wants to add anything.
Sheriff Grossnickel, thank you for joining us. Do you have anything to add?
Mr. Chairman and commissioners, like Mr. Legursky said, I met with former highway patrolman that brought this to my attention, that Converse County had implemented this. They did it when they started seeing the influx of gas and oil work there in the county. Just because, like Mr. Legursky said, their county roads were taking a beating. And I know from history, speaking with Mr. Legursky, a lot of the roads do take a toll with this traffic. In particular, I think he mentioned one north out of Wamsutter for a while was taking a beating. And to me, it's a use fee that would ensure that the county's not taking the hit for the business that's coming to our county. Granted, we like to see that, but we shouldn't be taking the burden on these roads either. It would be a program that would be similar to that of the state, like Mr. Legursky said, but Converse County worked well with a former highway patrolman in the state to mirror that, and they adopted the ordinances for it. So it would be something that I think would be pretty easy to implement.
Thank you, Sheriff. Anything else to add, Gene?
I don't believe so. The only thing in reading through the Converse County thing, for everybody that's out there listening, worried about rig moves and stuff like that, they actually have a special rig move permit in there where you don't have to permit every load. You just permit the rig as a move. And within, I can't remember, 7 or 10 days, you have to have the whole move, rig move. So that's how they get around that. So they don't have to do paperwork for every single load, depending on the size of the rig, it can be multiple loads, but they do it as a rig move permit. So that covers all the rig parts that are being moved.
Okay, thank you. With that, commissioners, any questions for Mr. Legursky or Sheriff Grossnickel? Lauren shaking her head. Commissioners? Gene, do you need a motion or anything, or just direction?
No, just direction. I just wanted to make sure we brought this up before we spent, significant time in drafting everything and going through everything that you guys are willing to at least look at this and move forward with this. So we made it available to you guys for discussion.
Okay, thank you. I got one question. It just hit me. Why shouldn't we do this? Gene?
I guess the one concern you always have is, you're taxing businesses that are coming into this county for a road use or something that we like to see anyway. So are we not being pro-business, I guess would be a one way to look at it. The hard part for me in looking at that on both sides is that when you look at that side and you look at the time, especially out in the Wamsutter area, that we have to spend on a road fixing it and going through it because of all the heavy truck traffic that does use that. It's really, that money can be spent better else improving other roads. So we're really concentrating too much time on some roads and using the budget for the road and bridge department that could be used elsewhere.
Very good. Another question follow-up is when you have that road, I guess I'll use it as a road usage fee for them to use it. Is that negotiable or is it a set fee?
In all the Commerce County paperwork and Laramie County paperwork, it's a set fee. And it's got a sliding scale by basically how much you are overweight and how many miles up the road you're going. And also on the weight and the height is the same thing.
Very good, thank you. Any other comments, commissioners? I'd just like to comment, I think we make a mistake if we're not doing everything we can to make sure that the tax dollars people are paying, whether it's through fuel tax or through the 12 mil in making sure we get as much life out of our roads as we can. And if we, I don't think we're serving our public very well if we ignore those overweight vehicles and then have to go back and replace roads and spend money, just like you said, places that we shouldn't have to. So I would like to see you continue forward. If any commissioner feels differently, please let us know.
Could I ask one question, Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Commissioner Smith.
Do you know, Gene, the revenue generated from this in counties that have done it previously or currently doing it? Is it significant?
I know Mr. Grossnickel can speak to that.
Sheriff?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Smith, I believe the number that I got from Converse County, and I'm trying to remember exactly, is between $600,000 and $800,000 in 1 year. And that's going to depend on the traffic that's going through there. One thing that we do have in this county is it's an extremely large county, and it's not just necessarily vehicles that are going out into the county. Like Mr. Legursky said, yeah, you have a wide load or an oversized load, they cannot go through the tunnels, and they use county roads to circumvent that to get back onto the interstate. And just for a bit of history, I've clearly been here a long time. This was, they tried to implement this some years back, and it just didn't have the teeth and the ability to enforce. That's why, looking at Converse County, they did everything correctly with crossing their T's and dotting their I's. And it won't be so much of an issue of we want to enforce it by writing tickets. We would just like compliance of those companies that would be coming through and using those roads.
Thank you, Sheriff. Commissioner
Thank you.
Smith?
Yeah, that makes, that's worthwhile, spending a little bit of time on drafting. And, if it was $6,000 or $8,000, I was going to say,
Wow.
I'm not sure that's worth our time, but that certainly seems like it's worth time.
I would say it is. Then my next question comes into mind is, what's the timeline to do this?
That depends on John's schedule, my schedule, and John DeLeon's schedule, and getting this in front of you guys. I think we have a very good template in Commerce counties. I don't want to say we want to completely plagiarize it, but I'm one for if the wheel's there, let's not recreate the wheel, and let's just add to it what we see fit and what works for Sweetwater County and move on.
Thank you, Mr. Legursky. Commissioner Shanefield, I think you have something to say.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I think that when we're talking about looking at finding other ways to find revenue to take care of our communities, I think that this is a very valid thing that we definitely should look at. And I appreciate Sheriff and Gene doing the back research and bringing it to us.
Thank you, Commissioner Shanefield. Any other comments, commissioners? I think we feel strongly about moving forward, Mr. Legursky and Sheriff Grossnickel, and look forward to you guys working very closely with the attorney's office, county attorney's office, and look forward to future discussions and hopefully some action. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners.
Thank you. You guys be safe. Have a good day. Next up on our agenda is the Sweetwater County Child Development Center, third addendum to the MOU. I know Mr. Slaughter's out there. Mr. Slaughter, do you know if the other presenter, Ms. Palem, is here? Oh, there she is. Thank you. Good morning and welcome.
Morning.
Cindy and Rob. So Rob, you can take the floor or give it to Cindy for this one, whichever works best.
Mr. Chairman, I'll go ahead and let Christy fill in after we're done. You should have a copy of this third addendum to the Memorandum of Understanding that the county drafted with the CDC in 2014. As you'll remember, I won't give a lot of backstory on this because we've done it several times, we've rehashed it several times. But in 2014, with the overage that we had on the CDC building, we started investing a portion of the proceeds for the CDC. This document was created, this Memorandum of Understanding, which set forth the agreement on how we would make payment to the CDC over time. And obviously it's a living document. There have been different needs that have been expressed over time. Originally, when we did this, the intent was to try and replace the amount of money that the CDC was being supplemented from the county each year. At that point in time, it was about $100,000. So the original memorandum of understanding provided we would do $50,000 a year of principal on what the balance was, along with the interest, which was collected on that overall pool of investment that we had for the CDC. And that was getting them about $100,000 a year in revenue. So fast forward several years, and as you're well aware, we have seen a tremendous drop in the amount of interest. The interest rates are much lower than what they were at the time this was done. So in June, at the annual meeting that I attend with the CDC, I recommended to them that they petition the commissioners to amend this memorandum of understanding, potentially to use more of their principal to fund that $100,000 a year to them, as we were projecting that their interest for this year is going to be somewhere between $7,000 and $10,000, rather than at this point in time the $40,000 that we've been supplementing under the second memorandum of understanding. So at the meeting in late July, we presented this concept to the commission that we would amend this resolution or this memorandum to pay the CDC the $60,000 that we're currently paying them in December, and we would start paying for the next 2 years $40,000 in June, along with the interest that's earned on these investments to the CDC. So what you have in front of you is what was requested that came out of that July meeting. The commission at that point in time asked Mr. De Leon and I to work with the CDC to come up with a new memorandum or an amendment to it to fund the program as they had asked. So this is what we're bringing forward. This is what we would recommend. It's very simple. Once again, all it's doing is changing so that we are now providing principal of $40,000 to them for the payments that we would do the next 2 years in June, and we would continue making the $60,000 payment in December to them each year. So I would turn it over if Christy has anything that she would like to say, or if there are any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Thank you, Rob. Christy, the floor is yours.
Yes, I don't really have anything to add. We just really hope that you'll approve this addendum, excuse me. You know, we just have really taken a hit because of COVID and, you know, the financial state. We've taken cuts from the Department of Health this year. And then of course our fundraising efforts. We can't do our annual gala. We can't do a lot of other of our fund drives because of, you know, we can't gather and things like that. So it's been really tough. And then you heard Mr. Slaughter talk about the interest rates being so low right now that we just really need this money to be able to continue to operate our Rock Springs Center, you know, and it's all about the kids. That's the biggest thing. It's about our kids.
Okay, thank you very much, Christy. Commissioners, any questions for either Mr. Slaughter or Ms. Christie? I'm looking, I see in heads shake. All right, if there's no further questions, commissioners, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Smith.
I move that we approve the third addendum to the memorandum of understanding between the Sweetwater County Child Development Center and the Board of County Commissioners of Sweetwater County as presented.
Does it require?
And authorize the chairman to sign.
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
It's all you.
I just thought maybe I'd throw that in. We have a motion to approve and authorize the chairman to assign the addendum. Is there a second?
A second.
Second by Commissioner Lloyd. Any further discussion, commissioners? No further discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Congratulations, Christy. I hope this helps out and wish you the best of luck and be safe. Mr. Slaughter, thank you for assisting in this.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Have a good day and be safe, please. Okay, commissioners, as we move forward, we're a little bit ahead of schedule. We can go ahead and do this one and take a break, or take a break, your pleasure. Keep going, keep going. All right, I'm hearing nods or seeing nods. So up next for the commissioners is tab S, a request A request to approve the Wyoming Downs LLC to conduct parimutuel wagering on live horse racing, historic horse racing, and simulcast events within Sweetwater County, Wyoming, and specifically with Town Bar and Grill. With us today, I believe, to present is Ms. Gerard. Ms. Gerard, you're out there.
I'm
The
out here.
floor- Good morning, and the
Good
floor is
morning.
yours.
Thank you. And good morning, commissioners. I'm coming to you today on behalf of Wyoming Downs, and we are just respectfully requesting you to approve Wyoming Downs operating in the town bar. We will be placing terminals. We'd like to place terminals and offer simulcast wagering. I believe we also have the owner of the bar possibly present today. So if there's any questions directed at either he or I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Ms. Gerard. With that, I would ask, is the owner of the bar? If you're here, please come up to the mic, introduce yourself. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Andrew Hubert, one of the owners of the Town Bar and Grill, and we had an approval from the commission in 2018 to have Wyoming Downs come in. And then the state asked for them to move in now to renew our resolution for them to move into the Town Bar and Grill. So that's what we're here today. They want to put in 27 terminals, and then so we'll have to hire 3 to 4 more people. Everything that we're doing is COVID style, so we've spaced everything to where you don't have people next to each other, and we've been doing really good with our current stuff with the COVID, but all of our new things that we're doing for the racing and the terminals will be COVID compliant, and because we don't know how long this is going to last, and so we're trying to move forward in a direction that we can still operate but maintain the social distancing the best we can in our establishment.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, I missed your first name.
Andrew Hubert.
Andrew?
Yeah.
Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate it. Please stay at the podium, Andrew, if you don't mind, in case there's questions. Commissioners, any questions? Yes, Commissioner Tillman.
Where's this located?
95 East Railroad.
It's in town.
Yes, it's here in Green River.
That's why it's the town bar, Mary. It's in town.
Yeah.
Just which town, right?
Right.
So, other questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Yes.
You guys are currently operating in there at this time, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you'll just be expanding the number of machines.
Well, we were partnered with Wyoming Horse Racing, and they moved to 110 Uinta Drive. And so they took all their machines out, and then now we would have 27 terminals brought in by Wyoming Downs. So you actually would have 2 horse racing companies in Green River, just like you do in Rock Springs. So it increases your revenue base for the city and the county, just like all their stations do, all their OTBs do.
Okay, thank you very much.
Commissioner Tillman.
Well, I have another question. Is this for some of the races that are held at our events complex?
The company that does the events complex is Wyoming Horse Racing. That is the Green River Horse Palace.
So it's not your facility?
No, Wyoming Downs races in Evanston
Okay.
at their Wyoming Downs track.
My concern is, after visiting with the events complex people, is that we have these horse racing events going on, but they contribute nothing to the actual facility hosting the races.
And I think that's in particular to the events complex hosting live horse racing.
Right.
These.
But
were-
they're tied to the live horse racing.
there's I think Ms. Gerard's on and she might be
Yes,
able to-
yes, if I may. We've been racing since 2013 on our track in Evanston, which Wyoming Downs owns. At this time, we are not hosting any races anywhere else throughout the state. If Wyoming Horse Palace, which is a competitor of ours, is racing in your town, we're not affiliated with that.
Okay.
Yeah, she's different. Okay, any other questions? I do have a couple questions, please, Andrew. When was it we originally authorized putting machines in?
Your first resolution was May of 2018.
And you had machines put in at that time? I think I sat on the commission.
Yeah, so Wyoming Downs didn't come in because of the legislature was hashing out differences before they set up the gaming commission. And so then Wyoming Horse Palace moved in June of 2019
Into your building?
into our building.
Okay, did we approve that?
Yes, Wyoming Horse Palace has a blanket.
Okay.
And then they wanted to do something different and they opened their own facility by the Pizza Hut. There by, on 110 Uinta Drive in the Hutton Heights Shopping Mall.
Okay.
So
Under the blanket.
under their blanket, yeah. And then we want to move forward and have Wyoming Downs come in. There's still a market. There's people that still want to come and play, and it just expands on what we already have. And
Very good.
so,
Okay, still got some questions, so bear with me.
no problem.
So now the machines you used to have in your place moved out with that owner to Pizza Hut out near that neighborhood on Uinta
Correct.
Street. Okay. Now, what's being requested is under the Wyoming Downs LLC that now they put machines into your establishment.
Correct.
Okay, and you're looking at how many machines?
27.
27. Have there been any issues with the city of Green River?
No, the city of Green River,
Have
we have a resolution from the city of Green River to operate, and it brings in money to the city, and so.
Yeah, here's where I'm at with it is back in December 15th last month, we passed a resolution for Wyoming Downs for a blanket through June 30th of 2021. And that type of thing. So this would fall under it. The one thing that concerns me is the type of machines that are going to be brought in and plus that are at the Pizza Hut and that are destination machines, which people go gamble as a destination. You put them in downtown bars and that type of thing, you're definitely going to impact the local bars owners because that's going to draw the business from them. So in other words, are these great number of machines that are casino style, the right place, destination machines in downtown or in an area? Two examples in Rock Springs of destination machines are Marty's with plenty of parking, and they're casino machines, am I correct?
Correct.
As well as Liquor Depot, plenty of parking and that type of thing. Here in Green River for your place, I drove by it and have been watching it. You do have the parking lot across the way, but the thing that worries me, and I thought about it even since we did the blanket resolution, of what about those other businesses downtown and that type of thing and drawing from them and that. And could have put them out of business and that because their clientele are going to move in that direction versus helping businesses. I'm one for, don't get me wrong, I'm one for persons to be able to ban their business, but I'm also very cautious about how it'll impact other businesses, especially this time when everybody is trying to get every dollar they can to stay afloat.
And when Horse Palace was at our facility, the business on the whole street seemed to increase. People would come into our place and then they would go to their favorite place also. And now that Horse Palace has moved, actually, we've seen a decline in the amount of people down there. So it kind of drives, like they'll come in and then they'll go to their favorite place still and back and forth, because people would stop in and play for a little while and then they would go to the American Legion, or they would go down the street to what the Ponderosa was doing, so it kind of was an extra stop. It did not seem like it robbed the other businesses of their patrons. It brought more people down. There was some people that came down that never would come down there. So it seems to be more of a driving force to, it helps everybody down there. It seems a little bit slower now that we don't have machines.
Yeah.
So
If I may interject, also,
Go ahead.
with-
Excuse me, just a minute, Mr. Ard. I
Sure.
need to recognize you and give you the floor, please.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Ard, you may have the floor.
Thank you. With the blanket resolution that we were granted also, there's very few accounts bars that have enough room to hold 27 machines, very few. But with the blanket resolution that we were given, we are absolutely in a place where, here in the next month or two, we will be approaching every bar in the county that's interested in 1, 2, 3, and a lot of bars don't even have room for 4 machines. But if there's any bars that want to put a couple of machines in, that's absolutely doable for us, and a service we would gladly provide.
Very good. Thank you. But is it not accurate that your Wyoming Downs, as well as Horse Palace, that you're also in competition with the Wyoming Skilled Games that are presently in some of our establishments right now?
Yes, they're a very different type of game. Yes, your simple answer is yes, we are in competition with them. They're a very different style of game. There's not the pari-mutuel wagering aspect or the ability to for the simulcast wagering. But yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with both games, and you're exactly right. The Wyoming Skilled Games have a maximum bet and pay out only so much, where the casino style games do have no limitations. People can lose a lot in a short amount of time. Distribution of dollars, Mr. Ard, this question is more for you. I know the county and the city will get a distribution, and that was part of our conversation on gaming last night for bill review. But I think I'm more more inclined to think about Wyoming Downs in general. Are you owned locally within the state, or are you owned by a company, individual out of state?
It's a Wyoming owned company. It's a Wyoming LLC.
So all the dollars that are generated in this establishment or any Wyoming Downs, every dollar that is distributed is either going to go to a local Wyoming owner, a bar owner, a city and/or county. It doesn't go out of state, i.e. to a Vegas company.
Our owner, I know that I'm not exactly sure of every dollar. I know that this LLC is licensed in Wyoming, and that all of our racing that takes place in Evanston generates quite a bit of revenue that does stay in Wyoming and goes back to the breeders and the horse owners. As far as our owner's profit, I'm not exactly sure what he does with that, but I know that the amount of jobs that are generated through Wyoming Downs, that all that money staying, the 1% tax that is county and that goes to the counties and cities obviously stays.
Okay, thank you. Going back to your LLC though, your LLC is licensed in Wyoming. Where's your LLC owned?
I am not, I can get back to you on that. I'm not 100% sure where.
It would be interesting because
yeah,
we need to understand that the LLC from Wyoming Downs, even though it's licensed in Wyoming, as some of the other ones may be as well, but their owners are out of state possibly, or the LLC, and those profits over and above after they're paid out to the local, state, and county, and that could possibly be supporting big businesses out of the state of Wyoming. So it'd be interesting to know where that lies.
okay, I can absolutely find that out, and I'll send you the commissioners an email.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Again, I just have some second thoughts as more and more I look into this and that type of thing, not from the standpoint that the distribution dollars aren't good and who's going to not look at that. We need to. It's Wyoming Skill Games, which is in competition and that type of thing, could be booted out of these smaller bars to put in destination gaming, which basically has no control on how much money people can lose or limit the bet and that type of thing. But again, people need to be responsible for what they're doing and that type of thing. So that concludes my questions. I'm just touching the tip of the iceberg. I continue to look more. I want to express to my fellow commissioners, I appreciate the fact that I believe it was Commissioner Smith that put a sunset date of June 30th, 2021 in. That gives us plenty of time to look and see if what's the best thing for our counties. It gives us some time to also find out just exactly where our two cities are and how much they want in their cities, as well as we heard earlier in a comment that was sent in by email, that there are owners that are in the areas that are opposed, but there are those that are supportive. So keep that in mind. So that's all I have to say, commissioners. I'm sorry for taking so much time. Andrew, thank you very much. I appreciate you hanging in there. Miss Gerard as well. Thank you. Any other questions for either Ms. Gerard or Andrew, commissioners?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Smith?
not really a question, but just comment. I would say that I would have a difficult time opposing this. Excellent questions and great discussion, but it's something that has previously been approved, and in hearing the traffic, the way that things are working previously and now, I would have a difficult time saying no to this after we did say yes previously, although the circumstances were different. But it would be difficult for me to oppose.
No, I agree. And, I'm not in disagreement with that at all. I think I'm fully, but I think what I want to push out there is the one thing we're not hearing a lot about is where the public is. Bar owners, the two cities. I mean, granted, they pass resolutions, but do they really know what we're doing? And there's other businesses out there that are at stake. So I fully agree with you. It's pretty tough not to continue to move forward, but I am thankful that we have a resolution that has a sunset on it that hopefully we'll hear more from people in the community. Okay. With that, any other comment, commissioners? I'm looking up and Lauren has nothing. Okay. What's your pleasure, commissioners, regarding this resolution?
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. De Leon.
Mr. Chairman, I just, in terms of the options before the commission, with the last resolution that Wyoming Downs presented, the original resolution did not have that date on there. And so the commission can certainly approve or make a motion to approve the resolution as is, or the commission could add, as they did with the last resolution, simply at the very last paragraph, authorize establishments within Sweetwater County through June 30th, 2021. So if the commission so desired, you could add the same language to this particular resolution. Your decision on that point.
Thank you, Mr. De Leon. Commissioners, what's your thoughts on the date? Do you wish to have the date for the same as the sunset date on the overall? Think about it. Commissioner Tolman?
Well, to be fair, I think it should be consistent. I would recommend the same as the last one.
Okay, so we will make sure it's, that's only one person, so.
I would agree with that.
You would agree with that, Commissioner Smith? Mr. Lloyd?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would also agree. I think, we put that sunset date in the other project just to be able to evaluate how things were going, how it affected local businesses. And I think if we're going to do it to one business, we should be equal opportunity partners on this and do it to the other. And I think let's just do an examination of how it affects businesses on both sides. Because the one is up on Uinta, the other downtown. And I think gives us time to check into those factors to make sure it's the right move.
Thank you, Commissioner Lloyd. Commissioner Shanefield, thumbs up, thumbs down? Thumbs up, okay. So I think we're in pretty well agreement that the resolution should have a date on it through June, pardon me, 30th, 2021. Is there any problem with that? Okay, commissioners, what's your pleasure regarding this resolution with the adjusted date of June 30th, 2021?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Smith,
I move that we approve Resolution 21-01-CC-01 with the amendments of adding the sunset date of June 30th, 2021.
okay, we have a motion to approve with the amended date. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Lloyd. Any further discussion? No further discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, thank you, Andrew. Thank you for being here. Ms. Gerard, thank you. And we'll look forward to seeing you again, probably. Thank you. Have a good one. Okay, with that, commissioners, before we move on, how about a 10-minute break? And I think when we come back, we will hopefully presume that Castle Rock District will be here for tab T. And we'll move on from there. So let's take a 15-minute break, come back at, let's see, 11:05. How about 11:20? That'll almost get us on pretty close.
Yeah, yeah. Now we're behind. Okay, so I think I got that to where you can't see. I got all the mics off. I mean, because when I first did the last one, 'cause I'd never done a break before, I had it up there, but then when I went over to the office, I was like, why can you, oh, and how do I make this bigger? How do I make this screen bigger? Because you can still see mine up here. But anyway, so then, but when I went up to the office to check, make sure you compare anything, blah, 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 you can still see everybody. So I had to text him, and that's why I came in. I'm like, and so I had to share the screen. So now when I stop, I have to go to stop share, and it goes back. I'm like, he's like, you're fine. And I'm like, but my microphone doesn't work. And I thought it was me. I was doing something. So he checked it while I was here, and he said, your microphone, so he called the people. That's what he was doing. He said, her microphone doesn't work, but they can do it from here. So after the meeting. Because I said, yeah, then I had to run up there, which is fine. But so much easier if I could have just gave my little, read the comment from back here. And I had been running around, so I was like, I actually ran, and then I was like, oh, stop running. But I had to go because you can't check the, I can't check the comment because it'll show it there, but just my email. My email has private information about employees and stuff in it, right? When they're like, I'm sick, whatever. I can't have it showing up on your screen for the world to see. So I told Peter, I can't check public comments. So he hurried up and checked them. That's why he brought me this to me. And he said, we got to figure something out. So I ran and got my laptop. And then I could check it. My God, it's like obviously. Good to know. And I'm gonna have to show them because when I tried to do from Zoom, you know, we now have different settings. So one's podium is black. So that's why I had to go back and just only do you know what I mean? I couldn't just hit podium. I had to pull it up. Uh-huh.
I'm not talking. Oops, that didn't go right.
That should work. they're all up. Yeah, that's just the set, but they're off.
So now we shouldn't be able to hear. Okay,
Now
what
your
about
camera
start?
should be green.
Okay, wait, what? Okay, but what about start video? Do I start video there? Oh, okay, I didn't know, 'cause it was on before.
So here's what we can do. So this is what's cool.
Okay.
I can go to your local PC.
Okay.
I can say send to guest. That's gonna come up here. Oh, no, I want to send. Oh, wait. Cameras. I can actually do preview. So that's three. You see the camera there. That's not changing anything. You see how I cleared up that green?
Okay.
So you can, so what this does here is I can send my cameras to here or here.
Okay.
I could send them to your
But I can-
display.
So I could have
and not
checked,
be on Zoom.
so I could have checked my email for those, but I would have to go to email.
No, but that's not gonna send your Zoom link to it. Your Zoom link just has to be sent to it, so.
Well, I just meant like to
Zoom
check. to see
meeting.
if I had-
I figured out what those buttons were for. Honestly, about those. So when you're on the cameras.
I gotta go use the restroom. No, you're fine. Okay, so now I'm not gonna hear. No, you're good.
You're not muted. Okay. If I could hear everything you were saying.
we'll call this meeting back to order, and as we move forward with our agenda, next up will be tab T, which is Castle Rock Hospital District, to discuss plans for EMS services in Green River. With us is, I believe, Bailey Doctor, the Executive Director, as well as our board member. Introduce yourself.
I'm Dan Stanton. I'm
Thanks,
currently
Dan.
chair for the board now. So
Thank you,
Bob-
Dan.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Commissioners, and Chairman, for having us today. Our board had a special meeting the beginning of January to discuss your letter to us and the community that you were no longer going to fund ambulance service after the 31st of March. So from that meeting, we had a few questions that we wanted to discuss with you. And the first thing is, why the mid-year cancellation? And maybe I can go through my questions and then you guys can speak if you don't mind, but we're curious as to why the middle of the year. I know the contract had an out, but all along the way, we've been discussing this issue for many years. December of 15, the county had an assessment done by Safe Tech. Back then, 5 years ago, they said it only made sense to have one ambulance service cover the entirety of the county. I think the county tried to do that. Green River got left out in that process. That I think we need to look at that again and figure out how to make it a one county service. And we definitely, as a board, don't want to get left out of the conversation for that single provider for the county, whether we're doing it or somebody else is doing it. We were very supportive of the RFP process that you did last fall. And we were hopeful that we'd get a solution. Our board's been trying to divest ourselves of ambulance service for 3 years. It's not even a break-even operation, as you know. So we've been looking for options geared towards that one service for the whole county. And I guess we're kind of at a loss as to where to go from here. As far as Green River, we continue to provide service. We're going to continue to provide service, but we don't see that as the optimal solution for our residents or the community as a whole. And I'm rambling a little bit, but I guess back to my first question, we were taken aback by the RFP process coming to a close with you canceling the contract mid-year. So maybe you could address that and help us understand why it didn't go to the end of the year at the very least. What the purpose of the mid-year cancellation was, or 9 months into it?
I'll start out, and Commissioner Smith, you jump in whenever you want to. First off, Dan, we did an RFI for a request for information, not a request for product, because they both have connotations that doesn't hold us quite so liable. RFI, if you go out for a request for interest, then we're finding out and kind of setting the sideboards to determine if we want to go out for an RFP, which is request for product. First of all, we know that we would not have to do an RFP if we had good results on RFI. And I think as we process through that, I don't think anybody disagreed that one service, the direction that we were looking at and visiting, wasn't the best way to go. But I think what really derailed us is if we take a timing of everything, we started the RFI well before March of 2020. And as we moved into this process and moved into looking at things right into March is when all of a sudden we started getting our revenue picture brought before us. So the best way I can answer your question, what drove us to this point, is looking ahead and realizing that what the ambulance service was costing us and going to cost us. It was purely it was a decision based on what our funding was beginning to look like. At that time, we were receiving notification, our quarter numbers, that we were going to be in excess of 6 million short in revenue on our 12 mil based on valuation and assessed value and that type of thing. We'll have an updated report today. My understanding is it's going to be over 6 million, but it's still significant. So I will say from my standpoint, it was a financial move as we start moving forward. And I'll leave it right there because any further discussions we have as we move forward, I don't want to guide anybody in any direction. So I'll leave it right there. Does anybody want to add anything?
I can.
Okay, Mr. Smith.
I guess I can reiterate what the chairman has said, is that we made the decision that we couldn't accept any of the bids that, or the information that was presented to us. And so there was no real reason to wait. And so we wanted to get the process started. I think that, I mean, I can't speak for all of them, but I think I do speak for the commission as a whole when I say there's no desire to see a single day without ambulance service here in the county. And so just setting this deadline of the 31st of March is really our hope to have a plan in place. Is it going to be implemented? Is it going to, everything going to change? No, I don't see that happening. I don't think that's very realistic. But I think we did need to light a fire to get things moving. And that was really the thought behind that earlier date than the end of the contract. You know, if we have a resolution and it's going to take till July to do it, great. Well, we've already budgeted for those extra 3 months for the rest of the year through June. And so it wouldn't be an imposition on our part necessarily to continue to fund, but we really wanted to make sure that we have a plan, or at least we're moving in the direction of a plan before we have to do our budget for this year. And if we waited till the end, it was going to be, you know, a little too hard to do. So that's really again, that's like Doc said, that's the reasoning behind it. And we are hopeful that things continue to move. I've got a meeting set up for Thursday to start with the committee that was put together at our meeting last week to talk with the other two cities and figure out what direction they'd like to go and how they'd like to have things happen. So really we needed partners as a county. We can't shoulder the burden by ourselves. And we know it's a very important service that's provided, and the service that has been provided by both entities is excellent. And that's not really the issue at all. It's really, how do we go about financing this? And it's interesting just because even today, it brought to my mind as we're approving a fee for people using, you know, companies using the roads. We're going to do a permit and charge them money because they're using the service. Well, every taxpayer's dollars go towards that road, but here's a company that's using it more, and so they're going to pay a fee for it. Is that the way we need to go with ambulance? You know, yes, there's some dollars, county-wide tax dollars that should go towards it, but should everybody be paying for it? You know, that's just part of the discussion, I guess, of how are we going to fund this? How are we going to make it sustainable for years and years to come? And my 3-month plan to get it fixed didn't work. Neither did my 6-month or my 1 year or I'm working on my 2-year plan, and it's still not there yet. So we absolutely appreciate the work that you guys are doing and want you to be a part of the discussion. Absolutely, for sure.
Thank you, Commissioner Smith. Any other commissioners?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think I'd like to make a
Commissioner
comment.
Lloyd?
Thank you. Yeah, I think I can just reiterate it. I think for me, I don't want to go without ambulance whatsoever either. I think it's a viable source. And I think, you know, maybe we could have relooked at how we unveiled it at some definite points. But I think the concept is we need to get everyone at the table, and this is what it's created. And I can tell you at our county-wide extravaganza meeting, I guess we had last week with the city of Rock Springs and Green River, we made this our highest priority of coming up with a solve. And like Jeff said, I'm one of 5, so I can only speak for myself. If I saw some solution coming to the issue, I would be more than willing to really reconsider some funding on a temporary basis to get to that point. And you know, some of the things I've done as a commissioner of my own on this project is I've reached out and met with the city administrator and the mayor of Green River prior to our meeting just to see where they stood. Met with the mayor of Rock Springs. I've met with Bailey a couple of times, and I've met with Attorney De Leon about district concepts and such like that. And some of the best possibilities could be long term, and at that point we may have to relook at things. But but I think we have to look at the concept because we just, and the problem with where we're at with ambulance too is I look at it from when I was the beginning of my commission, I think our subsidy between both programs were around $500,000 to $600,000. We're now well over $1 million in less than 2 years. And so my concern is how do we find a mechanism that can long-term solve the issue? Because we couldn't, even if it was good financial forecast right now, we couldn't continue to see that level of growth and be able to fund it. And so I'm hoping we can find solutions, but I'm more than willing to look at options of how we can continue to help if need be while we get to those solutions. And the only other thing I want to mention is you do have a board member on the Zoom call, and that's Bob Gordon. I noticed was up there, and I wanted to recognize that Bob was there. So that's a little bit from where I stand, Dan. So
I guess we went into the RFP process. There wasn't any sense that was going to be, if there wasn't a good solution, that you were just going to cut funding. So I suppose that should have been, maybe that was something we didn't read into it, I guess. Also, we've been having
I can answer that and
meetings.
say that wasn't a thought before the process. We were hopeful
Yeah.
these great minds that were out there working were going to come back with something less expensive than it was.
There's
And
not
that's
an
just-
easy solution.
There isn't,
I mean,
and that's the reality. And so that was our.
You've attended
not
the
easy
same
solution.
meetings I have for the last 2.5 years,
Yeah.
trying to come to some sort of conclusion. And, you brought up that the citizens are going to have to decide what's an essential service for them. There's a lot of programs under the county guys that maybe aren't as essential as healthcare should be. So I think we should hear from community members. If ambulance is something they want a priority for their county to fund, they need to speak up about it. Our board, we'd prefer not to operate ambulance service, but we're not going to leave our community without an ambulance service. So we're going to do everything we can to come to a solution, but I don't think it's beneficial to have meetings with, maybe they're separate meetings, maybe they're not, but with City of Rock Springs, City of Green River, and county, without any representation from the people that actually provide that service already. I think our board and Sweetwater Medics, or maybe, I don't know how you look at that, but as far as I'm concerned, if you want a community solution, that all those people should be part of those meetings and that solution. So, Bailey, did I miss anything specifically wanted? We just want to be included in those meetings. That's the biggest part of it. And I heard today that if we have some sort of short range, long range solutions, that there's an opportunity for additional funding. So I do want to point out that if it comes to the point of April 1st and Sweetwater Medics is no longer able to provide service, our ambulance service is not going to be able to cover Rock Springs for that timeframe. It's just not, we don't have the staff or the equipment to do that. So we definitely don't want to get to that point. It's concerning for us as an operation that might come about. So I'll let Bailey add anything she has.
Before you step away, Mr. Stanton, let me comment. I believe the right people should come to, I believe people should come to the table and have that discussion, and people should be involved, as you guys are, but I think it has to be the right people. Can't be people that have a special interest and driving their own agenda.
I
And
would agree with you, Doc, and that's why
Okay.
I paused. When we're talking, that's some of the difficulty with this, is it's been a private entity that's been publicly funded for a long time. You go back to the 70s and 80s with the previous ambulance provider, and even into the 90s. So that separation of public-private is difficult.
Thank you.
I agree with you, yes. That's
Thank
why
you.
I paused at that point in the conversation, but it is helpful to have input from the people that are actually running the,
and I wanted to identify your pause because I happen to agree with you.
yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. I think the only thing that I wanted to add is, of course, the obvious that's before us is that we're trying to function in the midst of a pandemic. And like Dan said, to cut ambulance service the end of March is going to be really difficult for the hospital district, because right now we're adding EMTs. We're certainly not scaling back. So as we're looking into the future with the pandemic, everything changes even on a daily or weekly basis. So when we think 10 weeks from now, I would implore you to make sure that healthcare remains a priority. And I know we've worked with all of you on these committees, and I've been on the EOC with you. I've been on the ambulance committees with you. You've all reached out to us to try to find solutions. I think just as this date approaches, if there's a way to keep us informed, of course, we'd be interested in participating in any of the meetings. And to your point, Commissioner, about a special interest from the hospital district, I want to make it clear that we are just here to help. If it's not the hospital district that is, going to eventually run ambulance service in Green River, or if it's different in the county, I want you to know we would do anything to help find a solution. And if that means, that we step back and kind of hand the reins over to someone else, as long as the service continues, that's really our board. And my goal is to make sure that that is continuous service in Green River. So.
And thank you, Ms. Doctor, for allowing me to correct it. We were not talking about a taxable government entity in
Okay.
representation.
Sure.
I think Dan clarified it very well when he said we need to separate private interests from.
Right.
And I don't see Castle Rock Clinic as private.
Okay.
I'll be the first to admit that I probably, first as a commissioner, trying to understand where Castle Rock has come, I've probably been a little reluctant, but I don't think you'll find anybody that has more respect for what you're doing, what your board is doing, and what you have done, and probably have convinced me that you're in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was
No,
some more-
okay, thank you very much. Any questions for either Bailey or for Dan? I'm kind of watching the screen too, in case Lauren has anything. Nope, she's shaking her head. The one thing I do appreciate the fact, because that was one of my questions, but you already shared it, is if that hard and fast April 1st date comes, you have made that commitment to the city of Green River, at least in your area. Let me ask this question. I know you do serve some of the outlying communities. Would you be able to continue to assist there as well? Continue your coverage where you're at?
Our intent would be to continue our coverage.
Your area that you presently have?
From 96 on the
Yeah, I
highway
think so.
to 70 something.
To the, yeah. All right, thank you very much. We appreciate it. And thank you for coming forward and asking the hard questions.
I don't think there'll be the last you see of us between now and March 31st.
I hope not.
You're always welcome
You're
here.
always welcome.
Thank you for.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, moving on with this, up next will be tab U, which is a DocuSign demo. And I believe with us to do that is Ms. Ashley Smith, along with our HR director, Gary McLean. So Gary, I don't know who's going to start off, you or Ashley, but the floor is yours.
I don't know who's going to start off either, Mr. Chairman, but I know who's going to finish. So with that said, I think we'll take a little less weighty topic and spend a few minutes to bring the board up to speed with some tools I think that'll help all of you individually, especially on those days when we can't get everybody in the same place. It's still winter, and there will be times when board members can't make it, and we still need to conduct county business. We have some days ahead of us with the pandemic for sure, and some more challenges, and this will allow us to continue. Several weeks ago, the board approved purchasing of the DocuSign software to allow county documents to be signed electronically and remotely. And we have installed that software. We did the training, Tim and Ashley and I did the training with DocuSign. And so we just want to spend a few minutes just quickly here. Ashley's put together some presentation materials, and we're going to quickly go through how this might work for the board. And then we're eventually going to make sure that that all of you can use that both on your phone and computer. And Ashley's going to show you some working examples of how that's done. So without further ado, Ashley, take it away.
Good morning, commissioners. I hope you all are doing well. As Gary kind of explained, I do want to show you guys a quick demonstration of how DocuSign works. I know a lot of you have already used this program. Typically, it's on more of just where you're signing a document and sending it off, where they're doing a mortgage or you're doing any other kind of documents that happen. A lot of people are using DocuSign, and as I've went through the training, like Gary explained, there's just a ton of function to DocuSign. So I'm just going to show you guys a quick demo, and then anything that you guys have questions on, or if you want to see if there's a way that we could do something to help improve the processes with the county, just reach out to me and I'll figure it out. Or Tim is also a super good resource for this too. But we can always do a one-on-one demo or really kind of go over any specialized questions. But for now, I'm going to share my screen and I'll show you what DocuSign looks like when you guys are logged in. And then hopefully you guys can all see my screen right now. When you log in, this is your home page. So to start a document, and we're thinking that if anybody's out, Sally will really be doing this kind of part of the process. And then I'm going to be showing you guys also what you'll see on your end as well. So for now, I'm going to drag over something that we'll be talking over a bit in a few minutes here on a request to hire in the clerk's office. So I'm uploading this document into that area right there. This shows a preview of the document just to make sure that that's the one we want. In here, you'll see that there's already 2 signatures. So really we just need the commission chair. In case the commission chair can't be in person in the meeting, we can always set this up as a DocuSign. So this is something that Sally and Cindy have both been trained on, and we'll kind of continue that training as we go about. So I'm going to set a signing order. For purposes of this, I am going to type in just my name, and I'll pretend that I'm the chairman. So I apologize, Doc, but I will set you up accordingly when we get to that part. What was that?
She's not pretending.
So I'm setting this up as a setting signing order of 1, and then for this, I'll put Doc in here. So I'm going to make it so he needs to sign. I'm going to leave my email though, so you guys can see what it looks like on my email that comes through. And I'm also going to add a recipient so that Sally can see the finalized product. So on this little function right here, you can select any of these things here. So she really just needs to receive a copy to go into the final record when we get to that part. So then I scroll down, message to all recipients. In this case, it's going to be just Doc and Sally. And I'm just going to put in here demo. And you can enter a special email message if you want to. I'm not going to on this one. And then I'm going to hit this next button in the bottom right. So then this shows the document that we're going to be doing. Up here is where Sally will select that Doc will be signing. And all she needs to do is put the sign button here and the date signed here. And then I'm also going to show you guys another PDF that will have everybody's signatures listed, so you can kind of see the pattern that we'll go through on that too. And then really that's the form that we need to do. So she's just going to push send. And as it's sending, we'll come over and let's see. It'll come through my email in just a second. Let's see.
Well, as you pulled that up, one of the important parts of this, I guess the point that we're really trying to make is that whether we create a document for electronic signature or we're using an existing document or a combination of electronic signatures and in-person signatures really makes no difference. They both handled the same way. The other thing that's really significant is being able to specify the order of signing. So if you're doing agreements with other entities and you want to have them sign first, and want to make sure there's review by the county attorney, we can set that up in the front end. As I said, that'd probably typically be Cindy or Sally for you guys, or John De Leon, the county attorney's office. Right now, the thought is if staff are generating them, they'll do those things, and we'll be training each of the departments as we move through the next few weeks, so that everybody's on the same page, so that we're flexible to handle electronic authorization through whatever process works best.
Thanks, Gary. So in the email, it finally came through. There is a little bit of delay. I think it just depends on how overloaded the system is. But this is what an email will look like when it comes to you. So you'll see this review document. So I'm going to click that link and it will bring us to the DocuSign page here. And if I wrote anything in that body of email, it would show up where I'm circling my mouse right here. I didn't put any directions, but this is a good way. Like I am doing an onboarding packet, and we're doing all DocuSign. So I'm putting those instructions right at the top of the page. So in case they have questions, they can refer back to that part of it. So I'm going to hit continue on this box. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to sign here, and I'm going to sign as my name. And what you can do on here is you can always draw your signature. Mine's terrible. So I'm going to choose a fancy signature. I'm going to adopt and sign. And then my signature will show up here. It is automatically populated. So we have that part done. The last thing that you can do before you close out of this tab is clicking the finish button. And once you've done that, it will send a copy both to you for you to keep in. So it's been saved in your DocuSign account. Or you can hit no thanks, and then it's already sent to Sally, so she has a copy of it. So it says you're all done here, so I'm going to close out. And then one thing while we're on that, I want to show you guys also, can you guys see the DocuSign logo?
Yeah, looks good.
Okay, perfect. So on your phone, you can also complete that process. So the same form I did it earlier on my phone, I just want to show you guys what you can do. If you have a smartphone, you can download this from the App Store or the Google Play Store, depending on what kind of phone you have. But it'll look like this with the down arrow for downloading and then the line. And then over here, it'll show download or open or something like that. So then when you log into the app, it will show 1 actions required, and that is to request to hire in the clerk's office. So I'm just going to click here, and then this will be the next page that pops up. It'll show who needs to sign it, and then you'll click the sign button at the bottom. And then right over here is the same document that you just saw, and then it'll be the sign button. On the app, it's super nice. So in case you do have a nice signature, I'm not lucky enough to do that. You can finger draw your signature on there, or you can also take a photo of your signature. So I can always meet with each of you if you want to upload a signature that you have, and we can just make that standard. But just let me know if you want to do that. And then on here, I click create once I have the signature done, and it uploads that signature into this folder here. The date auto-populated again, and you click finish, and it says you've signed. And then back on your home page, you'll see that 0 action items are required. So you've completed that task, and it shows a check mark next to that function. So that's kind of the app versus the website that I wanted to show you guys. And then let's see. The other thing that has everybody's signature, so you know kind of where to click. It's a super user-friendly kind of process that we can do. So I've set this up as, and then this will go to each of you to kind of work through any issues. And if you do have any, give me a call. But in your email after we click send will be this email that we're going to go through. So I've set the signing order to go the chairman first, and then alphabetical order, Roy, Lauren, Jeff, and then Mary. And then I have Cindy signing after everybody, and then Sally will receive a copy. And then I've just put for DocuSign demo. So you, in case you guys get anything else for DocuSign today, this is just for the demo purposes. And I'm going to click next. You'll see this resolution that I pulled from last year. These different colors are where each person is going to be signing. So I've assigned these colors to these people. And then that way, when you click to sign this document, it is only going to let whoever is signed in click that certain tab. So then I'm just going to hit send. And then shortly, in probably 2-3 minutes, it'll show up in your inbox. And so feel free, please make sure you can sign the document. Let me know if you have any problems or have any questions when you go through. But that's kind of it on what I wanted to show you. Gary, do you have anything else?
Yeah, just a couple things, County Commissioners. One of the things we discussed with Cindy and Sally during the training, and I think it's a real good opportunity for the county generally to standardize a lot of processes. So one of the things that this allows us to do is set up templates for things like resolutions and agreements and contracts. So everyone looks substantially the same except for the content of the particular agreement. And I think that's something that, we've discussed logos and other things, but at some point, we look like one organization instead of 20. And this is a real good way for us to start standardizing some of those processes so that they all look the same. That also makes it very creating the templates for resolution. Some people don't know exactly what resolution formats are. That can already be there, and you just need to fill in the specific language that applies to you. And then I think lastly is many different departments will have many different applications of this. We wanted to start with you folks responsible for all of the contracts and many of the agreements. And so I hope the examples that Ashley provided were helpful. And before we leave you, if you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer them at this time.
Okay, thank you, Gary. Thank you, Ashley. Tim, did you have anything to add?
No, Chairman. I think they did a good job covering it. I just wanted to let you know that I'm also available for any assistance that you might need. So,
All right, thank you. Appreciate it. Commissioners, questions for either Gary, Ashley, or Tim? Looks like everybody's good.
Mr.
Looking up
Chairman?
Yes.
Speak now or forever hold your peace, because you'll be seeing documents coming your way shortly. So.
Oh my gosh.
Bring it on.
Bring it on.
Kelly,
Bring it on.
she's not afraid to put, you need to get this done now every 30 seconds. So she'll be firing them at you until they're done.
It's all right. It's the right way to do business. It's as you take a look across the table, you'll see computers, technology. So we're ready. Bring it on. We can get her done. Yes, go ahead.
Time and we appreciate the opportunity to show you some of this, and I think it really is going to help the county in a lot of different areas.
We agree. That's why we decided to implement it and move forward. Anything else? Commissioner Lloyd?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I couldn't take this opportunity not to give Gary McLean a hard time and say, I will return your message in the same promptness you return mine sometimes. I'm just messing with you, Gary.
I'm gonna leave
He's
that.
actually pretty prompt to me. But
Yeah.
I just thought I would
We're
throw
going
that
to
out
let
there.
him dig himself out of that one.
Oh, I
Mr.
dig
McLean.
it.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Lloyd. Lauren, I'm looking up. Anything from you? Good to go. Okay, thank you very much. Looking forward to it, and we know we've got some great help out there. Thank you. Okay, moving forward, our next item on our agenda, I believe, is the request approval of resolution implementing the findings of the market pace study. Mr. McLean, I believe you're out there. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, County Commissioners. At the last meeting, we had a discussion in which substantially the board accepted the findings from the pay plan stuff that I presented to the board over the past several months. But in that discussion, we had discussed a date, and I think these are important to adopt via resolution as points in time. So before you is a resolution ostensibly implementing the findings of that study effective January 1 of this year. If there are other dates, I'd be happy to review those, but I think it's important that we're clear on that issue. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to address those at this time.
Thank you, Mr. McLean. Commissioners, any questions regarding the resolution number 21-01-CC-02, a resolution implementing findings of the market pace study? Commissioners?
I've talked about it plenty, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, plenty of time. Okay, no comments with that or questions. Commissioners, your pleasure.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Lloyd.
I'd like to move to approve resolution number 21-01-CC-02, the resolution implementing findings of market pay study.
Thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner Lloyd to approve the resolution. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Smith. Any further discussion?
Just one quick point, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Lloyd, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I think I'd just reiterate what Jeff said, that it's kind of good to have this at resolution and moving forward past this, because this was actually something we started near the beginning of my term as a commissioner and actually started before. So I'm really glad, and we've all worked hard to get through this process, and want to thank everyone that's been part of it. Gary's worked pretty hard in this process and appreciate the efforts he's put in to make that happen. So I just want to thank everyone for getting this through.
Thank you, Commissioner Lloyd. Any further discussion? No further discussion. Commissioners, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Gary. Appreciate it. Up next on our agenda will be tab W, a request approval of the UMR 2021 stop loss gap letter. Mr. McLean, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, County Commissioners. As you know, anytime that you start a new plan year, there's always documents and contracts and necessary to do that. This particular agreement is just an agreement through UMR communicating to the stop loss provider that our particular plan will be what's called the 12-15 plan, which means that our plan runs from January 1 of 2021 to January or December of 2021. And but as you might imagine, if you have claims near the end of December over Christmas and things like that, those are not paid until later in the year. So in effect, what this contract is telling the stop loss provider is that that we have an agreement for a plan year that's 12 months, but to pay claims that occurred during that plan year, they'll be paid up through March of the following year. And so there are other ways to do this contract, but this is the most sensible way for us. And we just are requesting authorization for the chairman to sign this agreement.
Thank you, Mr. McLean. Commissioners, any questions regarding this stop loss gap agreement with UMR? With no questions, commissioners, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Smith.
I move that we approve the stopgap contract as presented by Mr. McLean and authorize the chairman to sign.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the stop loss policy and authorize the chairman to sign. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Toman. Any further discussion, commissioners? No further discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. McLean. I believe you're up for one more. It's a tab X, request to hire seasonal fill-in employees. So I believe with us to do that is Mr. McLean from HR and our clerk, Ms. Lane. Thank you. The floor is yours, Mr. McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, County Commissioners. Before you is a request, let me back up. I guess part of our position and control structure within the county is that during the budget process, we adopt and authorize a certain number of positions and budget for those positions. Throughout the year, if there are any changes to that position control, the board signs these forms and then we implement that within our Munis system so that there are only vacancies available for positions that have been approved by the board. Over the past several years, as we've reduced staff in many of the departments, especially full-time staff through early retirement, attrition, and other things, it's become increasingly challenging for the department heads and elected officials to provide coverage without some degree of flexibility. In this particular case, County Clerk Cindy Lane is requesting basically 120 hours throughout the year at $18 an hour to have someone available essentially to fill in when Cindy's gone or perhaps other key individuals are gone, to make sure the continuity of board meetings and other things continue. And so that estimated cost is about $100, just a little over $2,500.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McLean. Clerk Lane, do you have anything to add?
No, I just thank you for considering this. With the staff that I did lose during the last early retirement offer, I am cross-training into the titles department. That's where I lost the 2 employees. And this would allow me to be able to get someone in to cover this type of situation if Ms. Shoemaker's gone, or myself to run the meetings. Typically, I would have another staff member train on that, but right now they're training to cover my titles areas. So I appreciate you considering it.
Thank you. Commissioners, questions for Ms. Lane or Mr. McLean?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I have a question for Mr. McLean.
Commissioner Lloyd?
Hey, Gary, this would have followed through on our protocol for filling positions and looking at options, correct?
It's consistent certainly with looking at the other types of options, and obviously this is much less expensive than things like full-time employees with benefits or other more costly scenarios. So to that extent, I absolutely agree with that.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions, commissioners?
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, Commissioner Smith.
would this, so are we actually hiring a new person that would do this, or are we offering this to somebody who's currently here to do this? What's your vision?
Thank you, Commissioner Smith. I think today the issue would be to have someone come in who would be available to do this, as Ms. Lane indicated. I think all of our goal going forth is to try to find better ways to utilize our staff. I think the concern in this particular area, and I'll let Ms. Lane expound on that, is that there's a fair amount of organizational learning, especially relative to the board meetings with the current setup that we have with Zoom meetings, in-person minutes, and other things. And so, you know, there's a limited pool to draw on for who would be available to do that immediately.
Any other questions?
Can we hear Ms. Lane's answer?
Huh?
Can we hear Ms. Lane's answer?
Yes.
as well? Thanks.
Okay. Yes, we do have someone in mind who's already familiar with the entire system. It's only on a contract type basis. It may not be used at all. I believe in the last couple of years since I've been the clerk, we've had an occasion for 3 times where we've needed someone to come in and cover. It's not something I expect to happen very often, but just to be ready so that if it does happen, we continue with our meetings.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Other questions? Anything else? A couple questions for me. Go back a minute now. This position we're looking at is kind of in reserve in case, but you
Yes.
already have somebody you could contract with to come in and cover if Miss Sally's gone?
Yes, that is correct.
So then I guess we have somebody already to cover.
I'm guessing a previous employee would be my.
Yeah.
Yes, a
Just-
previous employee
Yeah.
who's
Who has the
already done the
knowledge.
job.
Who has great knowledge.
No,
of-
no, I understand that, but I'm can't separate the 2 positions.
Um,
This one,
This one is a contract position. They would only come in if needed.
okay, so we're talking 1 and 1 when you say we already have somebody to do it, but this is it for that.
Yes,
So we have somebody knowledgeable. and experienced.
knowledgeable enough to
That's
walk
okay.
in and do the job.
Okay,
Yes.
so my question then would be is, do we know when Miss Schumacher is going to be possibly on vacation again where we may have to use this?
No, we do not.
We do not.
No vacay.
No
No
vacation
vacation.
for her.
Okay.
I
very
just
good.
can't do
Thank you.
both.
Thank you. All
Mr.
right,
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Lloyd.
Yeah, just a point too, and I know I don't want to wish this upon anyone, but I also think we're living in a world with the COVID quarantines and things like that that could create unnecessary, unsurprised need also. So, I mean, it's kind of an interesting time because you just never know when someone can or can't be here at this point.
I agree. When Ms. Shoemaker was gone, this last time, somebody from the clerk's office covered.
We did.
What happened there? What happened to this?
I took someone out of my land records department, so if I take them out of there and they're the only one back there, then I have nobody in land records all
Very
day.
good. Thank you. Just needed to ask. Okay, any other questions, commissioners? Not seeing anything up on the screen from Commissioner Shanefield. So with this request or for this position, commissioners, your pleasure.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Smith,
I move that we approve the request to restaff a vacant position in the clerk's office and allow the chairman to sign.
thank you. We have a motion to approve and allow the chairman to sign. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Is that Lauren? Thank you. We have a second by Commissioner Shanefield. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Very
Thank
good.
you.
Thank you. With that, oh, I gotta move my microphone as I do this stuff. It gets away from me. Next up, we have is to untable and reconsider the Weed and Pest Board appointment. So commissioners, I think our first action is I need a motion to untable the Weed and Pest action item from our last meeting.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Smith to untable the Weed and Pest Board appointment. Is there a second?
Yes, Mary.
Second by Commissioner Toman. Any further discussion? All those, excuse me, hang on a minute. Mr. De Leon? Point of order? Do we vote on untabling it and then come to it?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. My mind wasn't working square. Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Now we go to the actual item itself. And let's get her pulled up here. Should be on our screen. Okay, to reappoint during our 1-5 meeting, the commission appointed Ron, a member, and then reconsidered it due to the applicant not resigning in that area, which is represented, which is north of Highway 28. So today we're here to consider an appointment due to the expiring term of Jim Hodder, who represents north of Highway 28. We do have a new applicant, James Mines. No other applicants, so commissioners, at this time, any questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Commissioner Shanefield.
I have a question on the petition.
Yes.
Just because the number 10 signature on that petition has an address in Rock Springs, I just wanted to ensure that that was valid and that they were in a location that they were able to sign the petition for this particular appointment.
Thank you, Commissioner Shanefield. That's a legal question that I'll reference to our Deputy County Attorney, Mr. De Leon.
What was the name? What was it?
The last signature.
Just a
is from
moment,
Rock Springs.
please.
Yeah, we'll give you a minute. We want to do this right.
May I ask another question?
Sure.
While we're waiting? Does this applicant meet all the qualifications? We haven't, I guess, discussed that like we did last time.
So is his residency
Correct.
north of Highway 28?
Does he fit into all?
Commissioner Toman?
Yes, he does reside north of Highway 28.
Thank you very much.
And meet
I
all the
don't
other
know
applications?
about number 10. I am not familiar
I'm
with
not
that
familiar.
name.
Well, let's check.
Perfect. Thank you. Tried to buy you a little time, John.
What's that?
Said I tried to buy you a little time.
Thank you.
I can tell you a story. There's this time when I was 4 years old, and a cat was going up our
Where's this?
yard, And we had two big pine trees that kind of grew together. And I wanted to pet the cat, so I climbed up the pine tree after the cat. It jumped from one tree to another, and I tried to do the same.
No.
It didn't work. I landed on my face, and that explains why this is like this nowadays. So my neighbors
Well,
had to call my mom.
Question is, did you learn anything?
Don't chase the cats. They're
Good.
They're cats.
Very good.
Blood, dirt, pine needles stuck
As
in
long
my
as
face.
long as there's a lesson in that.
How'd I do, John? You need another story?
One more story.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, I lived in England for a few years. Went to a school with Ringo Starr's daughter, actually.
Wow.
And so I played the drums, and I was playing in a play that she was in. And so he came over during intermission, gave me a few pointers. So I got to hang out with Ringo Starr for a little
Wonderful.
bit. Yeah.
Cool.
How's that, John?
I am just about.
Beatles.
John, I'll call Whedon Pest and ask him about that guy.
Roy, you got a story?
Oh, Jeff, I think I have some stories, but I don't think I have anything that good.
Come on now. Doc's got stories about you.
Yes.
Does that count?
I will say, Jeff, Commissioner Smith, since we're on a subtle stop, that the weather is quite inviting to fishing.
I would agree. We need to go.
Gonna
I went out
looking like it's
last weekend.
Looks like it's
Last
changing. Looks like it's changing though by this
I know.
weekend.
I found some open water and threw out for a little while.
That go well?
Yeah, I had the waders on, but I wasn't brave enough to step in there, even with insulated waders and long johns. So I hung at the bank. I didn't catch anything, but it was nice enough to enjoy some time by the stream.
It does look lovely outside today. I like all these windows
Mhm.
that are not closed anymore.
That is why these windows are the reason you should have gone over there for an office, because that is the greatest thing about the office over there is the windows and the views.
Fish Mary.
I take a nap all
Okay.
the time.
I did call the Weed and Pest Office in Farson, and they said at the bottom of the petition, it says any landowner in the county can sign that petition. And so all the people on there do actually own property in the county.
It does. No, thank you. Number 2 below, John.
Are you okay with that?
Yeah, so he owns land.
Yes, he does own land in the county. It doesn't have to be out there in that area. He doesn't have to live there.
Okay.
He said at the bottom of the petition, there's a
Yeah.
statement that says any landowner in the county could
Right.
sign that, and he is a landowner.
Right.
Commissioner
okay,
Shane
okay.
Field, did you get that?
I did, thank you.
No, that's a good catch. We've learned a lot about this weed and pest appointment.
They're shifty, these weed and
2
pest
meetings,
people.
but
Yeah.
I'm
Well,
telling you
have
what.
the quiz on what is really.
Okay, I think we've pretty well figured. Mr. De Leon, would you agree we could move forward with the appointment?
I do.
All right, commissioners, with regard to this, I do believe we have a legit nominee for an appointment. So what's your pleasure? Mary, Ms. Toman, Commissioner Toman.
I would like to appoint James Mines to the Sweetwater County Weed and Pest Board.
We have a motion to appoint James Mines to the Sweetwater County Weed and Pest Control District. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Shanefield. Any further discussion? I don't want to have to pull this motion back. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, aye.
Thank you. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. We need to notify Weed and Pest. We do have a board member. Thank you very much. Well, commissioners, thank you for that. We learned a lot. With that, we'll move on to our final tab under Z. And we're only 20 minutes ahead. Mr. Brubaker is here with the airport. And it's dealing with the Department of Transportation Small Community Air Service Development Grant and a YDOT CPA agreement amendment. So Mr. Brubaker, good morning. Thank you for adjusting your schedule to get here early. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I'd like to start out by, number one, thanking Sally and Chairman, for getting me on the agenda on short notice. YDOT delivered a bit of a surprise to us, so we needed to escalate things and make things happen. So appreciate that. Welcome and look forward to working with you, Commissioner Tolman. Haven't had a chance to spend too much time with you thanks to COVID, but look forward to working with you. So there are two items before you today. The first item is a letter of support for a grant application with the Department of Transportation Small Community Air Service Development Program. This is a consortium grant application between the Wyoming Department of Transportation, Sheridan, Gillette, Riverton, Cheyenne, and then Rock Springs. I think I got them all. And we are applying for a marketing grant to the Small Community Air Service Development Program for somewhere between $800,000 and $1 million for a 2-year. It's been revised since I last sent this information to you, for a 2-year marketing program with the consortium. This will allow us to secure additional funding here locally for marketing efforts that the airport will manage, and it'll also allow for a statewide marketing program. We'll be partnering with the Office of Tourism and then the individual chambers of commerces and the travel and tourism department or divisions within each county. So all I'm asking for today is a letter of support, basically speaking to the commission's support of air service in our community and this grant application. There is no financial request that is here or will be here as part of this. The airport already funds for marketing dollars or budgets for marketing dollars each year, and the match will consist of those budgeted dollars during that 2-year period. So there is no additional cost.
Thank you, Mr. Brubaker. Commissioners, any questions?
What were the towns again?
It is Rock Springs, so Sweetwater County, Sheridan, Riverton, Gillette, and Cheyenne.
Other questions? I do have the letter of recommendation right here, Commissioners, and I think we had one sent to us.
Yes,
our emails.
just a little bit ago, I sent a revised one. Bonnie Berry got me some information to fill in a blank on it, so I appreciate that. And Sally is very, very quick in getting that printed.
Thank you. Any other questions, Commissioners, regarding the letter of support? With that, no more questions. I would ask Commissioners, what's your pleasure regarding the letter of support and authorizing the chairman to sign?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith to approve the letter and authorize chairman to sign. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Tolman. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign, motion carries. Well, that part's done. All right, the next part of your agenda item.
So, Mr. Chairman, if you all recall, I think it's almost 2 years ago, the county commission entered a memorandum of understanding with the Department of Transportation for a new delivery method of air service in Rock Springs, Riverton, Sheridan, and Gillette. And that delivery was a capacity purchase agreement, and it's a unique arrangement where all the communities, YDOT, and the airline work together to make sure that we have reliable service in our communities. As a result of COVID-19, there's been a need to amend the agreement, largely due to two things. First of which is we have not been able to maintain normal flight schedules as the original agreement dictated due to the significant reduction in demand for air travel as a result of COVID. So the MOU basically replaces a set discussion about 2 flights and 3 flights with discussion about the local community sponsor, which I've been delegated by the commission as the representative for that, works with YDOT and the airline to coordinate schedules. We meet anywhere from one to 2 times a month to coordinate schedules and add service or reduce service based on demand, which has helped us keep the costs lower. The second change to the agreement, it speaks to how the infusion of CARES Act money that was approved by the governor's office is to be utilized for funding the air service, the minimum revenue guarantee that's part of the CPA. Basically, in short, 2/3 of the invoiced amount from SkyWest is covered by CARES Act money from March 1st to December 30th, 2020. The other third is then split on the normal 60-40 split between the county and the state. And then, as many of you are aware, the county then invoices the two cities, City of Green River 22% and the City of Rock Springs 33%. So the 40% local gets split. What this boils down to is almost 67% of the cost of air service from March 1st through December 30th was covered by CARES Act money. We are working to get that extended now that the new legislation allows it to go out to March, but that's DOT is working with the governor's office to see if they can make that happen. But it has resulted in significant savings to the county, to the state, and the two cities by utilizing CARES Act to cover, like I said, 67% of the cost of air service, which is really, really good because the cost of air service got very expensive with the reduction in revenues last year. So. And that's really all I have. Oh, I guess one other thing, Chairman, I know you called me this morning about the wrong name on the signature block. Because this has the AG's signature on it already, they are running it back through that process with your name on it. So what I would love to see today, if possible, is an approval and authorization to sign it once the correct signature block is sent with AG's signature on it in the coming days, is my hope today.
Thank you very much, Devin. Commissioners, you heard that, so we'll make sure that that's in there. Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any questions for Devin regarding the amendment to the MOU? Any questions? I've just got a couple, if nobody else does, Devin. When going to page 1 of 4 of it, the original MOU dated September 5th, that one paragraph, did the original MOU have a minimum yearly amount owed to SkyWest?
Yes,
How
Mr.
much-
Chairman.
So how much was that short?
Well, it's the exact same amount here.
Same amount, okay.
Yeah, there's no increase in expenditures, no increase in encumbrance, no increase in forecasted costs.
Okay, very good.
So the dollar amounts do not change.
Okay. And not a question of the percentages over under B, section 4, the percentages that are there. I would never complain about the break or anything, but are those the same percentages we always use every time? I mean,
In terms
who
of
determined 2/3 would be CARES money?
So the 2/3, 1/3 was decided by Department of Transportation and the AG's office in their ability to justify covering those expenses under the stipulations of the CARES Act. As you're well aware, CARES Act was very restrictive in what the monies could be used for. So the AG's office worked with the Department of Transportation to determine what they could justify and make be able to be seen through an audit without any trouble. So that's how that number came about. They had a very, very detailed formula behind it, which I could never explain to you. Honestly, it's but like you said, it's not numbers to be upset about. Basically, that I think this is favorable split, a very favorable split.
I fully agree. It's favorable, but it's interesting how they get to the numbers. And when you say a very complicated formula behind it, hard to understand, not surprised, but at least it's possibly data-driven.
It's absolutely data-driven because they needed to have the data to back it up if we get audited for the use of CARES Act money.
All right. Thank you, Devin. Appreciate that. And that's good information for our constituents to know. So with that, any other questions, commissioners? With no questions, I would entertain a motion to approve the amended MOU and authorize the chairman to sign when the appropriate documents are returned.
So moved.
So moved by Commissioner Smith. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Lloyd. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Devin. Good
Thank
job.
you. Mr. Chairman, if I might just briefly let you all know that the terminal project is moving rapidly, and we hope to be shovels in the ground as early as April for the terminal project. So it is moving very, very quickly, and the funding is getting closer and closer to being lined up. We met with the Business Council last week and felt that meeting went very, very well, and looking forward to the Business Council Board of Directors in March, and then the SLIB meeting on April 1st. So we're moving forward, and it's pretty exciting.
Well, I think you need to know that based on inside information, Business Council was pretty impressed with your presentation and really, really felt that you had all the bases covered. But your presentation and everything you presented, they were pretty impressed with. So you represented Southwest Regional very well. Thank you.
Well, thank you. It's nice to hear that.
You bet. You take care. Thank you, Devin. With that, commissioners, on our agenda, next item is under other. Does anybody have anything they'd like to bring in under, oh, I'm sorry. No. Tab AA. We had added amended. So it's a county revenue update. And to present that is Mr. Davis, our assessor, and Rob Slaughter, our treasurer. So Mr. Davis, Mr. Slaughter, if you're out there, we'll turn the floor over to you. I think, Mr. Davis, you want to start first.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it's going to make the most sense that way. I would like to share my screen, so we'll see how this goes.
Please do.
Are you seeing the presentation with the 2021 valuation estimate at the top?
Yes, we are. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. I had one correction this morning as I was going over this. The information that I had emailed out to everybody actually said that the data that had been updated was August, September, and October, and I have to apologize. It was actually July, August, and September. So that was the third quarter numbers that were updated. The caveat always is this is just an estimate. We still have a quarter's worth of data that actually is going to be coming back to us probably the first part of March. And at that point, we'll have better numbers. And of course, we'll update all of this again. The second slide here is just updated information from the presentation we did before. Rob and I were talking, and I've actually added the percent of minerals into this slide. So that number at the top, you can see in 2015 of the total valuation, minerals included were 68.49% of the total valuation. And you can see that drop in 2021 with the projections we've made. That valuation number is going to be down to just under 2 billion. And of that, minerals make up less than half. I don't know if that's ever happened in Sweetwater County before, but my guess would probably be not. Very, very interesting when you put these numbers together. Again, this is just information for you guys to look at. This has been updated with the estimates that we've had. And like we talked the last time we did this, you can see the huge value change. And the best example of that for minerals is if you look at 2015 and see how much value we had from gas and what we have now in 2021, it's a little bit depressing, but it's the industry we're in. And that one we always were aware of. That one was one that we knew. We always know oil and gas is boom or bust. But as we spoke the last time, my concern was Trona. Trona had dropped, we're estimating it to drop over $100 million. And that was the one that kind of spooked me a little bit, just simply because Trona had always kind of held the line for everything else. And when it dropped, that was kind of the warning signals went off in my mind for that. I do believe things are picking up, but again, until we get that last quarter's numbers, we won't really know for sure. This is a breakdown of the general fund for the last budget that you've had. And just a refresher, you had about $35 million to designate within the county to pay for all of the services that you're required to do, and then some you're not. My concern was that the reason I put this together is I wanted to know how much property taxes actually were of that total. And the number is about 59%. And as we talked before as well, this is numbers on paper. This, this does not include any bankruptcies, any delinquencies or anything like that. So until taxes are actually paid, this revenue is really, it's not in the bank yet. So that's one of the concerns that I have going forward. Updating the numbers for the 12 mil. We had given you numbers before that were pretty bleak. These are not quite as bleak. Tax year 2020, the valuation for property tax billing was 2.3 billion, and that generated 28,400,000 in the 12 mil for you to allocate to all of the agencies that you chose to fund. Tax year 2021, based on the estimates that we've got, we're right at $1,956,000. Now, with those estimates, that puts the 12 mil at 23,400,000. So you're pretty much right at $5 million short of where you were with tax year 2020. There is a little bit of good news. As you can see, this is a chart I've been showing you this is the second time now. You can see natural gas did actually go up. It wasn't until, late October probably, but it went through the entire month of December. So if production stays up and if these prices stay up, we should see a little bump in natural gas. Now, I don't want anybody to be under any impression that this is going to make up the $5 million that the 12 mil is short, but it is something that is relatively positive. It's good news. When you see that dip between September and November, the last time I looked at this right after we had done the presentation was right then. And I thought, oh, we're going to go from bad to worse. But you can see natural gas did bump a little bit. I think the cold weather back east, that kind of stuff is what helped that. Now we're still estimating the values for October, November, and December. So it is still possible that things could come up a little bit. But I was fairly conservative with the numbers that I used for my estimates. But I think what you've got in front of you is a real decent number as far as the total valuation. I think you can be very confident that that's going to be the total valuation that we have when we actually certify values later in the spring. And if you have any questions, I can answer them.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Davis. Questions, commissioners, regarding third quarter numbers and data that's been presented to us so far? So gone from a little over 6 million short down to close to right at 5. Is that correct, Dave?
That's really close, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dave. Appreciate that. Really appreciate your hard work on that. Commissioners, any questions for Dave?
Just a comment, great information. Yeah, thanks for pulling it all together, Dave. Wonderful.
Echo. Okay, with that, Rob, you're up next, please.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, good afternoon. I am also going to try and use technology here to try and help give a little context to the information that Dave gave. So I'm going to try and share my screen now with you. Are you seeing a spreadsheet now?
Yes.
And it is entitled Revenue Decrease from Fiscal Year 22 Valuation?
Yes, projected.
Okay, so with the number that Dave gave you, he's talking a $411 million decrease in valuation for fiscal year 22. You can see on the right side, that gives us a total decrease in revenue of $4,943,000 and change. I wanted to give you a little bit of an indication of how that would be affected if we were to do exactly the same thing this year that we did last year in funding our budget. So last year, in funding the budget, we used 8.72 mils of the 12 mil levy to fund our general government operations, or our general fund levy. So last year, that 8.72 mils on the $2.368 billion valuation created $20,658,000. Based on the numbers that Dave just gave you, if we use that same 8.72 mils, it would create $17,066,000. So we would see a decrease to the general fund of $3,592,000. Now, I don't want you to think that what I'm doing with this presentation is advocating these numbers for these agencies. It's just showing that there's this much of a decrease for each of those levies that are in place currently. So if we were looking at the events complex, last year's levy was 1.09 mils of the 12 mils. We would be seeing a $449,000 decrease in the amount of revenue that would be created by that new levy. The library was 1.19 mils, so we would see $491,000 less revenue. The museum was 0.137 mils, so it would have $56,000 less revenue on that levy. And the Southwest Counseling was 0.28 mils for a $119,000 decrease, along with the hospital, which was the mill levy last year in place was 0.567 mils. And that would be a decrease of $233,000, which equates to the $4.9 million decrease in revenue. So once again, this is just simply giving you an indication of how much less that valuation is going to create on the 12 mil. And we have to use something, so I was basing it on the fact we would use the same levies moving forward for fiscal 22 that we did for fiscal 21. Any questions on that? My next sheet, I'm going to show you some sales tax numbers. And then the last thing that I want to talk to you about is actually some numbers with respect to your budget and what you'll be facing with respect to the budget. So anything with respect to this first?
Mr. Slaughter?
Yes.
The numbers that you provide at the very top, let me grab my sheet. I can read it better. That shows what we levied for general events, library, and that, and you've got how much of those mills of that 12?
Yes, sir.
Those are not numbers. Those are numbers that just indicate how much of, when we funded them, how much of the mill they receive. They are not numbers that we base on building our budget from. Is that correct?
Actually, they will do a request for a certain dollar volume from you. And then what the commission does at that point in time through the assessor's office is actually come up with the levy that is required to fund that tax amount. And so last year, to come up with the funding that was necessary for what, let's say, the events complex was requiring, that number was 1.09 mils. So to generate the $2.584 million that they requested and that you approved, we had to levy 1.09 mils against that total valuation.
Thank you. That's all I had on that sheet. Thank you, Rob. Anybody else, commissioners? No?
Okay, we can come back if we need to. I'll move on. The next sheet, you should now see hopefully a sales tax comparison. If you look, the two columns on the left are actual sales tax revenues for fiscal year 20 and fiscal year 21. You can see that our last payment was just received in January, and you can see there was a big decrease. If you just look at the two right-hand columns, the column that I'm looking at, the optional column, is showing the actual revenue which we received in sales tax for fiscal year 20, which would have been July of 2019 versus July of 20, what we're showing for fiscal 21. And you can see the number off to the right shows that we had a 20% decrease in that funding and the optional tax. Same thing for the state tax. We had a 19% decrease in July for that. In our last month, you can see we actually had an optional tax in it would have been January of 2020. We received $202,764 in optional tax. This month it was $152,000. So that was a 25% decrease. And you can see at the bottom, our optional sales tax revenues are down $381,000 at this point in time. And our state taxes are down $506,000 from what those taxes created last year in revenue on the sales tax revenue. Any questions with respect to that?
Any questions, commissioners? Go ahead. Go ahead, Rob.
Okay. The next sheet, excuse me, I have to pull it up to the top. This is showing the revenue that was necessary for you to fund the budget for fiscal year 21. And if you look right here for the fiscal 21 budget, our estimated revenue was $38 million. The estimated expenditures were, the Core County was $37,700,000. We had expenditures of $3.4 million for grants, and we had $5.9 million for the human service agencies. So our total expenditures that were budgeted for fiscal year 21 were $47,067,000, or an $8.9 million deficit that we used, or I should say that you used, reserves to fund the budget with. Okay, so in looking at that, we actually had a carryover of $3.3 million that we used as part of our reserves to fund that budget, along with $5.5 million from our general county reserves. And if we look at the bottom of the sheet, you can see that the impact of that was on our cash reserve balance. Last year, our cash reserves were $39,680,000. For fiscal 21, they dropped to $34,128,000. So trying to once again look at what you're going to be facing as a commission, funding the budget for fiscal 22, I've just put together basically what you're looking at. If you were to do everything exactly the same as what you did for fiscal year 2022 as you did 21, currently you'd have to fund $13.8 million of reserves to meet that balanced budget. Okay, now you've actually done some things that have affected that. So if we look, the revenue that I have got projected here is actually the general fund revenue that we would have based on Mr. Davis's new valuation. So our revenue would decrease from the $38 million that we had last year to $34 million this year. Our expenditures, I used the same expenditures, but I put in a few things that the commission has done for reference to give you a little better indication, to try and give you a little better picture currently. From the volunteer separation package, you've saved about $1 million. The costs of doing that were about $420,000, the $42,000 you paid each of those employees. You gave in the last commission meeting salary increases to some of the employees of $230,000 that were not reflected, would not have been reflected in this year's fiscal budget, that will need to be reflected next year. I left the grant projects alone. I left agencies alone. And with cutting Sweetwater Medics, the contract for the ambulance services, you cut $931,000 from the agency's budget. Now you would have to fund the additional amounts for each of those component units that were not done previously. So with the changes that you've made thus far, you would currently be looking at a deficit of about $12.5 million. If we were to do exactly that, moving forward, the fiscal 22 cash reserve balance, we can project as being $24,905,000. So that's projecting that our carryover would remain the same as what it was last year of $3.3 million. Now, obviously, none of us know what's going to happen with that, but I would be very concerned knowing that we have not received any revenue on the taxes from our 6th largest taxpayer. Southland Royalty has not paid yet on the 2020 tax year. So their tax amount that would be payable to the general county fund is about $1.6 million on that. That, if they do not pay that, could directly impact what our carryover amount would be and would increase this amount that we would have to fund. So obviously what you're going to be looking at is looking at some decreased funding for each of the component units for the agencies, potentially grant projects, and obviously the general county fund. But this is just, once again, to give you kind of an indication. These are not exact numbers by any means. This is just something to give you an indication of kind of where we are moving forward and try and get you the best information you can as you start the budgeting process.
Thank you, Mr. Slaughter. Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Slaughter?
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Shanefield.
No question. I was just wondering if he could email us these numbers just so that I can do a little marinating with Commissioner Lloyd.
I would be glad to, Commissioner Shanefield. I didn't do that simply because I felt like you needed some context for this before that. So we'll be talking about this in the revenue meeting this afternoon also. I will get them to you prior to that and let you look at that. If you've got questions, that would be a good time for those then too. So.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Shanefield. Commissioners, other questions? Rob, I got a question for you. It goes back to when we did our budget last year, visiting with you. One of the things that sticks out in my memory, very bold, is as you had made the recommendation or had made the statement that going into the budget, one of the very most important things we could do as commissioners is to determine how much reserves we want to use first and foremost before we do anything else. Do you still feel that is do you feel as strongly about that now as you did then?
I do, Mr. Chairman. Referring back to that, it was actually part of a little bit bigger request that I was making at the time. I was trying to get on the agenda with the commission to do a workshop to discuss our investments. And one of the things that I felt would give me better information moving forward as we're working on our investment policy and we're doing investments for the county would be having a number set by the commission that you would like to maintain for our reserves. And so we talked about that. And we've had a lot of discussions over the years with respect to what that number should be. I, once again, feel very strongly that that's something this commission would need to do looking forward. I mean, obviously, if we use $10 million of reserves, let's say this year to fund the budget, you know, we're going to drop from $34 million to $24 million in what our reserves are. Next year, we're not going to see really any relief from what we're seeing, and we would have to once again fund the same level of expenditures with no increase in revenue. So it would take significant reserves once again to fund that. And so you can see it's not going to take very long before that $34 million in reserves is gone. And so I think it would be appropriate for the commission to say, you know, we really would like to keep the reserves at $20 million or 25 million or 30 or whatever that number may be, and then try and set the budget around that. Now, obviously, it's been very difficult the last 2 years with the decreases that we've had, but previous commissions have tried to fund the budget with a balanced budget. So based on whatever our revenues were, they were trying to, at that point in time, balance that with our expenditures and cutting the expenditures. Now, that was not feasible to do that last year, and it's certainly not feasible to do it this year. But I think we certainly need to try and get closer to that rather than just using all reserves to fund this, because as I say, otherwise the reserves will be gone quickly. So I think once again, we need to have those discussions. Where do we want those reserves to be? That will give you a lot better information as to what you will need to actually cut from this budget moving forward for fiscal 22, along with, you know, what you've looked forward to with respect to some of your strategic planning for future years and what you may be facing in fiscal 23 and moving farther out. So yes, I think that would be a very good starting point, and it would certainly help me if we could come up with what that number is and continue trying to work towards keeping that balance at that point.
Thank you. I think I heard two messages in what you said and clarify for me. Message one is determine what your minimum is for reserves. In other words, this is where we're at, not going below. But then also, how much are we willing to take out of reserves towards this year's budget? I hear two different things right there. Is that how you wanted? Is that correct?
I think you can take it that way, Mr. Chair. I think they're interrelated.
Okay.
You know, I think the amount that you take from this year is going to give it's going to dictate what you're going to have moving forward. I would prefer to set the number first and work towards that rather than backing into the number that way. I just think it's more efficient to do it that way. So yeah, I think the first step by far is for you as a commission to determine where you believe those reserves should be and then try and work towards that number.
And my question to you is, you feel capable enough to lead us in that direction?
Well, I can certainly try, and I would be glad to at any time.
You're capable. What you're saying is you're capable, but are we willing to listen?
I didn't say that, no.
No, but that's how I interpreted it. I have to agree with you. I have to agree. Thank you, Mr. Slaughter. Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Slaughter or Mr. Davis?
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, Commissioner
I
Lloyd.
just, no question, just a comment, and that's, I think, at the end of the, last, budget session, I think one of the things we had a discussion as a group of what we thought went well with the budget session and what didn't go well. And I think where we missed in the last budget session was that philosophical discussion. We never really had any discussions of how much we would be willing to use of carryover and budget till the end of it. And at that point, it became very difficult to make cuts or decisions based upon where we should go because we'd already listened to everyone, but we didn't know where we need to go. And so I think having that discussion up front is essential in any budget process, especially this one coming up, because I think, Rob hits the nail on the head when you start to look at the deficit we're facing. And, you can't borrow at the level we did for 2 consecutive years, because I think Bonnie, I want to remember one time at a meeting, Bonnie had given our number and so had Rob about where we should be in reserves. And I know minimally we have to be at like 8 to 12. So if we were to go that same amount 2 years, we'd be at that 8 to 12 where we have to be. And so I do think it's essential that we really start thinking, this is where we need to go, really start having conversations with Bonnie about projected amounts of carryover and how much we're willing to use that and go from that point. So I'm really excited to hear we're going to put that into our discussion this year prior to actually looking at dollars. So.
Thank you, Commissioner Lloyd. I might, based on that, if that's the route we go, that discussion's got to happen very quickly. It can't be delayed and wait until we don't have time to react. So thank you, Commissioner Lloyd. Other commissioners? Commissioner Smith?
Just a question on the agenda for this afternoon. Is Miss Berry going to have a rough estimate of carryover projection for us, perhaps? I know it's sort of
I
way
hadn't, when we set up the workshop, I hadn't, at that point in time for this, I didn't know if Miss Berry was back. I see she is back. I had not had an opportunity to talk to her since returning for projected carryover, but I think we may have some time between that and the executive session to where I don't know if she'd be able to do it, but we could check with her.
Barely halfway through the year.
Yeah,
but-
I know it.
And so
And she may not be able to, but it's a good question. We can ask it.
it's asking a lot.
Yeah.
Get out the crystal ball, look at the tarot cards. I don't know.
Well, we're operating under a crystal ball most of the time anyhow. Thank you, Commissioner Smith. Other commissioners, any questions for Mr. Davis or Mr. Slaughter? All right, gentlemen, thank you very much. We'll look forward to rejoining you at 2:30 this afternoon, okay?
Mr. Chairman, if I could, before we get to that, this will give you a minute to marinate just a little bit. I had talked with a couple of you this morning about potential ramifications of Senate File 60, which is basically modifying House Bill 159 that went into effect last year on the monthly collection of ad valorem taxes. And one of the things that I neglected to mention is if House Bill 60 Senate File 60 as it is currently written were to go into effect, our valuation would no longer be a part of our tax assessment roll. We would be collecting those taxes on a monthly basis, very similar to what we're doing with sales tax revenue. And at that point in time, the commission, or I guess the budget officer for the county, the clerk, would have to be projecting what our revenues from minerals are going to be each year prior to you setting the budget. That is a big factor. As Dave showed in this, 47% of our value right now, or of our revenue, comes from those minerals. And if you can't with certainty project what the amount of those revenues are going to be, as we currently are doing. I mean, we get a value from the department currently, the assessor certifies that, and then we tax based on that amount. So we have a very good indication of how much money we're going to receive. If that bill were to go into effect, we would be projecting that. And that's another very big thing that we need to talk about. So once again, we need to have a conversation with respect to some of this pending legislation or potential legislation. I know that the Commissioners Association has taken a position. They're very much in favor of that bill right now. I think there are some things that they may not fully understand in it. And I would like our commission to have a really good understanding of that before we move forward with it potentially. So something else that we can potentially talk about in this afternoon session, but I think something we need to be aware of.
Thank you, Rob. Commissioners, anything else for Mr. Davis or Mr. Slaughter? All right, thank you, gentlemen. We'll see you this afternoon at 2:30 when we clock on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, going back to our agenda, I believe next is other under this topic. Does anybody have anything they want to add? I do. Just quickly, everybody's excited to see liaisons. So after our visits this morning and that, Sally updated liaison board appointments and departments and that. So I will forward, give each of you a copy. I believe, Lauren, you have yours in in email.
Yes, I do, Mr. Chairman.
You did? You got it? Okay, so go ahead and pass them down. Took us a little longer this year than other years, but that's just the way the process to involve commissioners as much as possible with this. But I will read the liaisons, and so the governing bodies may know. Okay, so board liaison appointments are for the airport board, Commissioner Toman, Joint Communications, Commissioner Lloyd, SEDC, Commissioner Wendling, Events Complex, Commissioner Shanefield, Public Health Board, Environmental Health, Commissioner Smith, County Library, Commissioner Lloyd, Memorial Hospital, Commissioner Smith, Southwest Counseling, Commissioner Smith, Museum Board, Commissioner Shanefield, Star Transit, Commissioner Lloyd, Young at Hearts, Commissioner Wendling, Golden Hour, Commissioner Shanefield, and Conservation Board will be Commissioner Lloyd. The one thing on your sheets that I will share with you is you'll see a court security. That particular thing will be removed, but I just wanted to mention it to you as fellow commissioners that court security was in place back at the time when the Supreme Court did an audit of our security system here, and we had to upgrade our present court systems, both district and the circuit court when they're here at the here in Green River at the courthouse. So we did have a liaison for that that worked with the judges. That transitioned into when we built the Justice Center, and that transitioned into the facility committee or oversight of building of that Justice Center. So at the completion of the Justice Center, the court security, which is up to snuff, meets Supreme Court recommendations that the county had to follow through. So that one won't be on any longer. Miss.
I would just have one comment. I talked to Don Lee and she said they're still locked up unless they have released that. Even though she's not in the judge's chamber, the judges asked that the clerk of court's offices be closed. And so they're still limiting access into her offices. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, the courts are governed by the Supreme Court of Wyoming. We have no jurisdiction over what happens up there. So if the Supreme Court and our judges, with support of the Supreme Court, choose to do something entirely different than what we're doing, they have that right. So yeah, we're aware that things are shut down up there, but it's not because of us. It's because of the Supreme Court out of Wyoming that has jurisdiction over our courts. Does that help out? So the answer is yes, but we have no say about it. We pay the bill though, Commissioner Toman, in many ways. Okay, thank you for that. And then of course with the ambulance board, I served on it, and that's looks towards dissolving in March 31st, 2020. So I'll continue to work with it. And I know as we move forward, Commissioner Smith is also working with ambulances. So we'll keep everybody posted on that as we go forward. The board chair committee appointments with board approval is the telecom board, which is a board position. That's Commissioner Shanefield. That is a new telecom board. Also, the Communities Protecting the Green / Joint Waters Board, Commissioner Wendling. 2026 Cent Initiative. I put Lauren and Roy on that. You both have been there, but and the SEDC board position is Commissioner Shanefield. Tripartite board position, Commissioner Lloyd, and then the Greater Divide help me out. Greater Economic, Great Divide, thank you. Anyhow, Economic Coalition, that is a joint coalition between Carbon County and Sweetwater County. Commissioner Wendling will serve on that. That's, we're in conversations, if we ever get meeting again, of involving more of the SCDC, so we could change that once we see more of where that comes, but we'll see how that shakes out. Board chair responsibilities, CLG will be Commissioner Wendling, Commissioner Toman. Federal Partners, which is, this is a group that gets together and it's set up by the chamber with federal partners. That'll be Commissioner Wendling, Commissioner Toman. County Leadership, which is the two mayors and the chairman of the board are county commissioners, and it's set up by the Rock Springs Chamber. Of course, that's Commissioner Wendling. And then WCCA Executive Board, Commissioner Wendling. And if there's a chance that I can't make an executive board, I can assign a commissioner to fill in for me. County department joint meetings, and one thing that's different is I left those as contact persons until we can get the liaisons out. The one thing I did do differently is making appointments. I appointed two commissioners to each department as a contact person, more so because if one isn't available, there's a second one to get in touch with. For the fire district, myself, Commissioner Wendling, Commissioner Smith, Veteran Services, HR, Commissioner Shanefield, Commissioner Lloyd, Public Works, Engineering, Road and Bridge, Facility, Maintenance, Custodial, Commissioner Lloyd and Commissioner Smith, Planning and Zoning, Public Lands, Commissioner Toman and Commissioner Wendling, Purchasing, Commissioner Toman, Commissioner Schoenfield, Grants, Commissioner Toman and Commissioner Lloyd, IT, Commissioner Shanefield, Commissioner Wendling, and Juvenile Probation is Commissioner Smith and Commissioner Wendling. So those are my recommendations. I think in the past, commissioners, the chairman's made a recommendation and to the board, and it's to the board's opportunity to take a motion to approve the recommendations. So
I would so move.
we've got a motion by Commissioner Smith to approve the recommendations. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Shanefield. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you very much. With that, next on our agenda is executive session. And with that, we added real estate, and I'd like Eric to stay for that, please, and Mr. De Leon, and then also contracts, which we'll need Mr. De Leon with us. So I think I signed the letter. Okay, just a minute. Let's have a motion to move into executive session.
I so move.
Moved by Commissioner Lloyd to go into executive session. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Tolman. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. I might mention that I don't know if there'll be any action taken after the executive session, but we'll tune back in when we're done. Thank you.